Uh, Yakuza Like a Dragon. We'll start the game right now. Hey, how's everybody doing? So if you're here, you should have probably watched the last stream of Yakuza, and if you didn't, please do. Because spoilers in 3, 2, 1. No more dead. Now we sad. Arakawa! Arakawa-san! Say it ain't so. I have been just stewing in my own grief for 2 days. Because this is the kind of game that hits you like a truck from the very get-go, and then 90 hours later, I had a feeling deep within my chicken heart that they'd do Arakawa dirty like this. And they did. It's just so unexpected. We just got the result. We dissolved the Yakuza, both the Omi Alliance and the Tojo Clan. All for this. Also that Arakawa can finally be a normal person, a normal civilian. He doesn't care who he eats with. Get that Peking duck with Kasuga. But now it'll never happen. George to dead. You can no longer hear him. I can still hear him. I can still hear him calling out. Ichiban. Huh? What's that? Kasuga. Ichiban. Arakawa, is that you? Yes, it is I, the ghost of Masumi Arakawa. Kasuga, if you can hear me, go to Hamakita Park. Hamakita Park? Is that where your spirit will meet up with me? Along with that spirit of that one girl? And then we'll be one ghost family? No, even better, Ichi. I reincarnated myself. You into a duck? Into a duck? Yes, Ichiban. I incarnated myself into a duck in my next life, so that you may partake in my flesh. Yes, I am the Peking duck, Kasuga. Arakawa-san, that was very nice of you, but I don't know if I'm okay with that. It is too late, Ichi. If you do not eat me, then my death will have been for nothing. Why did I go there? I don't know. I just randomly came up with the idea and I couldn't stop. Alright, let's play the game. I'm still holding out on the possibility that it's a big old soap opera, and maybe like it was a body double, or Mr. X drifted on from Raccoon City. Coin locker, baby. I bet it's gonna start with like a flashback or something. But hey, chapter 13, let's go. 13 out of 15. We're in the final stretch, and I think we might finish this game by next week. Would it count as cannibalism? Only if Kasuga's also a duck? Let us go eat Peking duck, Kasuga. Hearing that Arakawa's... Oh, that's describing chapter 12. That's long gone by now. Whew, I'm a fool. You know me. You know me. Sanity was not on the menu. Peking duck, however, is. Miku's lurking while you make tacos. I just made tacos last night. Let's go. Just a coin like a baby. What's this? No, that's him. Oh, Ichi! Don't ah! No, that's Arakawa-san. Oh. Look, we are in the park. Let's go find that duck.
After he had dinner with my patriarch last night, Masumi Arakawa left Heian Tower alone. So he must have been shot on his way home.
Shot?
Any idea who did it? I put my money on an Omi loyalist. Pretty sure I'd win that bet, too. Hell, there were shootings in Sotenbori, too. Attempts on Captain Watase and Daigo Dojima. Are they okay?
I knew this was gonna happen.
Apparently, they had some ex-Tojo legends with them. can't
Like,
ask for
Arakawa
better
said
bodyguard
nobody
than
was sad or
No kidding.
upset about the dissolution.
Yeah, that does point
Like, that
to
does
Omi
like,
retaliation.
no way. People are gonna
You and your
try
pals should be
to rise
careful.
up, come to
Since
power.
you were on the dissolution's front lines, the remnants will have a bone to pick with you.
Is
that's for
Adachi
sure.
a detective again?
I'll pass on the advice.
Maybe just a private eye. Maybe they just know. He used to be a detective.
Peking Duck-san.
Ichiban's taking it real hard. I have a feeling that there's no happy-go-lucky fun side quests
Can't believe
anymore.
this shit anymore.
Not
The
after
Omi
this.
wiped off the face of the earth, all because of the stupid Arakawa family. Idiots blew up their own inheritance. Their betrayal cannot stand, Sawashiro-san.
Udet, crumpled up on the floor, thank egging. Sawashiro? Yeah, it is.
Remember how we used to be sister families with the Tojo clan? We had bases in Kanto and everything. Of course, the only reason we helped Arakawa-san push the Tojo clan out of Kamurocho in the first damn place was so our family would survive too. Because we're sick and tired of the Tojo demanding tribute money just to let us keep land we'd already been living on for
So
years.
who are these?
If that had kept up,
They're wearing
we
Omi
would have been
Alliance
crushed,
pins?
just like any other family without their own territory in Tokyo. That's why we work with Arakawa in spite of it being disloyal to the Tojo.
You know, it hits hard when your friends can feel your sadness radiating. Just an aura of despair.
And who's going to keep any of the promises Arakawa made?
So no problem,
He
Brock. Just
promised
have the
once he
BRB.
was at the top of the Omi Alliance. He would promote us to the main family. Are we just supposed to accept that won't happen now?
Listen, you whiners, quit your belly aching. I won't
Oh,
let
this
the
dude.
Alliance die. We'll just give it a new name.
I wonder if he ever got his
Kanto
pancakes.
Senpai. I know we've caused a real shit show.
He was real cranky without him.
But I promise we'll pay you back in full someday. And for now, all of us are asking your forgiveness.
What's in the briefcase? It's just filled with pancakes coated in syrup. You can see it's like leaking out the edge. What else goes better with Peking duck? What's with all
just
this useless
so you know,
paper?
It's not like we're asking to cut ties to the Arakawa family. We'd like to keep things friendly, if that's possible.
Is that real money or counterfeit?
Of course. After all, it was Arakawa who was the brains behind the betrayal. And now that he's gone, I'd say the score is settled. If you need us, our door is wide open for you. Second patriarch of the Arakawa family.
Thank you for your
And
understanding.
I'm still considering it the Arakawa family. What I'm not sure is, did these guys send out the hit, or are they just trying to reap the benefits?
You think the score's settled?
Oh,
You backwater scumbags don't deserve to be called Yakuza.
very realistic skin.
Excuse me? You want to repeat that?
Sawashiro, you fuck.
I can get the Arakawa family back on its feet without you. Easily, in fact. All I have to do is unite the Omi already here in the East.
You're way out of line. Arakawa fucked up. His captain should be on his knees right now.
Ooh.
Stop.
Grab your face.
What are you doing?
You know, guys
sorry, there was
like
spinach
you
in your
are all
teeth.
bark and no balls when it's wartime. That's the kind of Yakuza I can't fucking stand. Only
Just
a
wanted to
few
get it
years
out. Hold
ago,
on. Stay
you were
still.
Sucking up to the Tojo clan. Then Arakawa changed his colors, and there you were at his feet. Now he's dead, and you think you can pull the senpai card on me?
I think I got it.
Talk is cheap. The Yakuza way to lead is with bloodshed. The weak always fall in line behind the strong.
No, don't you dare. No, I gotta close my eyes.
Among the men in this room,
Don't put your-
you represent the weak, and that goes for all of you.
I didn't look. I didn't want to look. Oh, I saw blood. Oh, God. No.
I fully intend to start a new chapter for the Yakuza as the Tokyo Omi Alliance. I hope we can count on your support, Senpai.
I didn't even flinch when they were about to do a finger cutting in the beginning, but when it's eyes, I just can't.
What makes you think you have any right to pull that shit?
You haven't known me very long, but I think I've made a pretty strong case here for what I'm capable of.
Dude, this is Sawashiro's Darth Vader force choke moment. Except it was...
I'm not the type of Yakuza who's gonna sit on his hands after his patriarch got removed.
What's your
Yeah, don't sit on your
point?
hands. You're gonna get your pants bloody.
Right now, I don't know if it was you or some other Kansai punk, but I will gut the man who killed him. You have my word.
Is that what
on
happened to
that.
Majima? Don't
There
answer
will
that.
be no mercy.
Oh, but also do answer
Fuck are
that.
you saying? Every thug out there on the street knows that you
Probably not
killed
him,
your
but
boss under Haoki's
somebody.
orders. You think picking a fight with me is your ticket to
It
the
was
big
like,
time?
Jellyfield, don't wait
You
a
see
minute.
yourself as the guy on top at the dawn of a new age for the Yakuza.
Also, AOL, what's
That
up?
ain't gonna fly.
Very
Sure.
fortunate timing you
I'll
found
give
yourself
you
coming
until
into the
I've
stream
rounded
with.
up all the stragglers in Tokyo to make your move. Until then, keep sucking on the Omi's dried up teats.
Ew. Also, that sounds painful. Guess he really is gonna milk it for all it's worth. Oh. Brad boy, what's up? Welcome to possible death, but very much trauma. Oh, also now we're cutting off. No, this is a flashback.
Sorry I'm late. You guys always go this hard on kids? Where's this brat of mine you say you
He's certainly not gonna look anymore either. Oh my god.
Arakawa,
He's still got an eye.
The little fuck damn near took our guy
He's
out.
still even
Can't
conscious.
just hand him back to you without some compensation.
How do you even like
Somebody's
bandage
gotta
that?
take responsibility.
I see. Well, how about a finger? I'll trade you my finger for him.
I've heard about eye
Sounds
for an eye,
fair.
but this is ridiculous.
I'll just borrow this.
I forget he just like grabs it and does it himself.
All right then. Let's go, you little shit.
You little shit. Zero hesitation. Arakawa! The game's just gotta remind you everything he's done for us from the very beginning. I don't know. I don't know how they managed to so perfectly get you riled up. Whoever did this is gonna pay. Masumi had a hard life. It shouldn't have ended this way. Time for an eye patch?
Your phone.
It's not time for phones.
This is Hoshino.
Chairman.
You okay?
Sorry, Clan Chairman.
Yeah, I guess.
You don't sound okay. You eating well?
Probably not.
No.
Then start. A poor diet won't help with the grief. Meet me at Heian Tower.
What for?
Don't say Peking duck.
That's the last place I saw
Okay.
Arakawa-san.
Okay.
I'll treat you to what he ate as his final meal.
That'll just make him think about it.
Thanks, but
I appreciate the
right
sentiment,
now,
Just
Mr.
be
Hoshino,
there.
but okay.
Fine.
Okay, bye.
I'll be waiting.
Better not make me pay for it.
Chairman Hoshino wants to meet.
Jeez. He didn't say come alone.
Yeah, at Heian Tower.
Are you going?
Yeah. Maybe he'll tell me about Arakawa-san's last moments.
It's like, okay, I seen there's new stuff on the map. Couple of new part-time hero quests, but I would not expect any side quests. This is not the time. I'm sad. I'm sad. How's there? I realize that might have been much for everybody, but how y'all doing? Welcome on in, America Online. Brad boy, you guys doing okay? You guys, hopefully you're not, squeamish, queasy, squeezy. I knew this game. Like, sometimes you just forget that Yakuza is a crime drama. Sometimes you just forget, oh yeah, we are living in the cutthroat underworld of various big cities of Japan. In between the scrounging in front of vending machines, in between the dragon carting. Some people don't make it. There is a serious story here, and we're finally back to it. Alright, Hoshino, give me the tea. What's up? Can we race some go-karts? You know what will happen? Ichiban will just sit there dejectedly at the starting sign while all the other carts just zoom on past him, lap him like 3 times. He's just like sitting there. And he's like, I bet Arakawa would have loved to go go-karting.
I want you to know, last night, Arakawa seemed at peace. Like an actor stepping off stage to thunderous applause.
Maybe he expected it.
I think that's because he achieved his goals.
Yeah.
He dissolved the Omi, and he got to see you again.
Did I happy? I hope
He
at
certainly
least.
looked like he was enjoying his Peking.
Oh, of course it
I
was.
commented on it, actually. Can you believe this? He said he'd never had it before.
Not since his dad got shot during.
He said he almost got to try it 50 years ago, but then his father was killed, and he'd never gotten around to ordering it again.
Oh. There it is.
After we finished, I said I'd walk him to his hotel, but he refused the offer.
Cue the sad
Said he
guitar.
wanted time alone to just take in the night air. I didn't push it. I just bid him a good evening and left. But if I had pushed it, he'd probably be alive right now.
What? Oh.
I failed him.
God. Like, if it was somebody out to get him, they would have gotten him another night. They wouldn't have stopped. Somebody's at the bottom of this. I know it.
Let me ask you something. Do you think it was Omi
Like,
loyalists?
it's too. If it's just some random Omi loyalist thug.
No doubt in my mind. It was revenge for his role
Like,
in
that would
dissolving
make
the
sense.
Omi.
But
Man
this
who
is.
saw fit to end someone's life over such a thing.
There still has to be
How could
someone
Yakuza
responsible.
do
That's not
that?
how. That's not how these
Kill a
stories work.
captain like him.
Kasuga.
It might have even been
The
Masato
Omi
himself.
loyalists in Kanto are already attempting to form a new faction. They complained the loudest about the dissolution.
So that time on New
Imagine
Year's,
one of them is the likely
that was
culprit.
with the Kasuga. That was gonna be his first time.
Faction. After killing Arakawa-san.
Arakawa was gonna have his first time with
Yes.
Kasuga eating Peking
Care to
duck.
hazard a guess as to who is directing
That's
them?
how you know he saw him
Because
as
I
special.
think it's the one man who could actually bring them to heel. Ryo Aoki.
Oh yeah, dude, saw that one coming.
No. The young master? Ordering the death of his own father?
He's the one that was impacted
He
most
wouldn't
by
be
it.
the first to commit patricide. for
Patricide.
power.
Oh no.
The one silver lining is, with Arakawa gone, there's very few men Aoki can give direct orders
It's just like
to.
not allow waiters to come into this room. Hate it. Hate it. Kasuga, get ready. That's a gun. That's not a gun. It is a gun. Oh yeah, I ordered the gun. It's very delicious. What's going on?
Kasuga, you should take revenge for Arakawa.
Okay, good. I was wondering why
can
nobody was
lend you men
surprised.
from the Seiryu clan.
Game, don't do this to me. No thanks. I ate lead before I got here.
I don't need guns.
Peking duck, more like
You
bang
won't
bang
seek
duck.
vengeance.
My gun well done.
Arakawa-san wouldn't want me to kill the young master. I'm sure of that.
I'm more of a medium
What
rare
will you do?
revolver.
Before he died, Arakawa talked about how sad it was the Yakuza were getting used. Used like pawns by people in power. That's why he disbanded the Omi. I think he wanted the Yakuza to go back to their roots. Like how they ought to use their power to help the
Sir,
weak
this is the
and
wrong order.
vulnerable.
I ordered the
Not just take
RPG.
shit by force.
Kasuga ordered
That's how
RPG because he
it
thought it was
was.
Dragon Quest, but it was actually a
That's how it
rocket-propelled
could be
grenade.
again. Arakawa-san had a dream, and I can continue it. If all I do is kill one guy, especially if it's his son, all of Arakawa's sacrifices will be for nothing.
So actually, I'm gonna
That's
kill
the
them
only thing
all!
I do
Wait a
to
minute.
honor him.
Kasuga, don't do anything brash.
I won't be able to face him in the afterlife.
What's your plan then?
What I really want to do is open the young master's eyes. Give him a wake-up call. Smack him upside the head if I have to. That's the
Take
best
this
thing
gun
I
back
could
to the
do.
kitchen. I ordered the single-action army.
Kasuga. Arakawa was truly blessed to have you. Do what you think is right. I'm sorry if my idea of payback offended you in any way.
I'm glad
sure
you're on
you
my
did not,
side.
Chairman.
Hey, your
How
heart's
do you
in
plan
it.
on getting an audience with Aoki? You can't just walk into the Tokyo government office and ask to see the governor.
I can't.
It's all good. I think I've got something figured out.
What if I say I'm the top business in all of
Pull a
Ijincho?
plan out of your ass just like that, huh? Still, going anywhere near Aoki will mean tight security. Take some of my men. At the very least, they'll bring your body back.
Does that gun have
appreciate
dairy in
the
it?
offer,
I'm allergic to
really.
lead.
But I'll be fine.
I'm sure
by
it's
myself.
vegan. It's a V-gun.
I've already got the best crew I could ask for.
You were a vegan, but now you will be gone. Sorry, I got Scott Pilgrim on the mind. I was gonna buy the whole color box set. It's only $40 right now,
You waited for
and I'm
me?
really tempted.
How'd it go?
Fine.
Well, they got my order wrong, and
a fancy meal without you guys.
I just wanted to be polite, so I ate the gun.
Yeah, I figure if I keep moping around, Arakawa-san's gonna come down and kick
It's a
my
little
ass.
gunpowdery, but I think I got my daily supply
How about
of
we go visit
lead.
Kume
Visit Kume? Why?
to make him arrange a meeting? I want to meet with Aoki, and Kume's got the hookup, seeing as he's Ogasawara's replacement.
Are we still caring about the
But why do you... I'm going to get him to start thinking and doing things like Arakawa-san.
the
would
Kume
want.
becoming the president of Bleach Japan or whatever
Sounds like
thing?
a long shot. What makes you think Kume will
I
cooperate?
forgot what was going on with that story
Oh, did I leave
plot
out the
thread.
part where we rough him up? I mean, the guy deserves it.
Hell yeah, he does. I'm in. Get out the bloodhounds and let's start the search.
No search required. Today is announcement day.
How convenient.
What's that?
The deadline for every candidate to submit their paperwork. The political brawl has begun.
Man, do you know everything?
The fate of the Great Wall hangs on this election.
I can't believe you ordered the
Why
grenade
wouldn't I
for
be
dessert.
following it closely?
Do you know where Kume would
You know,
be
I just
on
asked the
announcement day?
waiter if they had
Well,
anything with
each
some
candidate will give
explosive
their first
flavor.
speech in their district, usually on a huge stage.
They said they could give me some
Kume's
pineapples.
district, Kanagawa Second, has a massive stage by the gate on Isizaki Road.
Let's head over to Isazaki Road then.
They're carrying 5.56ers and pineapples. I don't remember what Flash animation that was. Was it Metal Gear Awesome? Where it's the beginning of Metal Gear Solid and he's looking through binoculars, looking at the guards. They're carrying 5.56ers and pineapples. And they're just walking around with literal pineapple fruits and then the numbers 5, 5, and 6. Wonderful. You were close to having actual weapons. Some people think that pineapples can be weapons. Just ask them what their opinion is of it on pizza. They'll definitely start an explosion of argument there. And so we gotta go all the way down to the place that they were talking about. Here. I'm gonna walk there on... No, there's not really anything on the way. I'll take the taxi. Sorry that I keep, like, asking you guys how you're doing and then, like, don't follow up. I see you guys' comments. I do read the chat while the cutscenes are going on. I just don't feel like interrupting important scenes like that. It's just, this story is too good for that. Dominate the Nation, what's up? Welcome to Spoiler Town. Population us. Population not Arakawa. Oh, take him off the census. He's done for. Yeah, I don't think it's the Bondi double thing anymore. Not that, like, not because I don't think the body we saw isn't him, but because we saw a body. Like, that's how shows work. That's how, like, oh, nice brainwashing. That's how, like, these stories work. If you never see the body, like, barring even things like body doubles or pulling all these twists out of your butt from the writers, if you don't see a body, then the rule is they're gonna come back. If you do see the body, then either they come back and it's just an ass pull, or they really are gone. And I think the writers are a little better than that.
Here we go.
Can you get an exploding orange too? Oh, they only have those in Egypt. Didn't you see JoJo Bizarre's Adventure? This next dish will blow your mind. Or, you know, the mind of whoever you shoot it at. Bada bing, bada boom. What about chicken on pizza?
I'm getting stronger.
I mean, there's barbecue chicken pizza, which I've had before. And I think that's like the only time that barbecue sauce works on a pizza. Otherwise, it's just weird to me. But how you doing, Nate? If you don't know, if you're just coming in, we're pretty much late in the game. I expect us to finish it sometime next week at the very least. I hear there's only 15 chapters, and I bet the last one is either an epilogue or, you know, just like the final dungeon or something. So we'll see what's going on. I've been waiting to play this for 2 whole days after the end of the last chapter. I'm excited. There's like nothing side story left, so we're just gonna go straight through it, I guess. Like, we could grind, we could get more money, the best weapons. I've got 11 million, 12 million now. Yen. If the only real thing I'd grind for is to upgrade the romance shop to get better weapons. But if I don't, like, just get presented with that much money soon, I don't think I will go for it. Oh, look at this.
Virtuous law-abiding citizens are cowering in fear.
They really do this in Japan, by the way.
Of our once great nation?
They, like, campaign around on top of their vans with microphones.
I alone can deliver this country back into the hands of her upstanding citizenry.
If any politician did this in the US, I feel like they'd, like... I mean, they kind of do that, but they don't go around with megaphones and whatnot. Or do they? I don't know. I've never seen it.
After all we've been through, I'm actually starting to agree with the guy. Come on, what he's saying is a load
The correct pizza toppings or whatever tastes good to you. Thank you, Dominate the Nation. I don't know who needed to hear that, but it's the truth.
Tragic way, Gume is just another name on Aoki's long list of victims.
Our enemies don't deserve our sympathy.
They'll get no sympathy from me. Why does he have 3 microphones? So he can talk out both his mouth and his ass.
Excuse us.
1 microphone for each cheek.
Hey, you can't just barge in here.
Can and I will.
Sorry, sir. Could you just let us...
If it was the US, somebody would throw something. And it'd probably be poop. Who is this? Oh! I see he also ordered the gun. Sir, we have similar tastes in meals.
Yeah, you were a bodyguard in the parking lot.
Hey, yeah.
He's not the only guy we've seen before. There's a bunch of Omi here.
I mean, I knew that. I saw the flashback, but...
Well, look at that. You saved me the trouble of tracking you down. Time to pay for that shit you pulled in the parking lot.
The gun was expensive. You left me with a check.
Let's do it.
Okay, but I ain't tipping.
Well,
I'll pay it in full! Oh, I was about to use the laser. I forgot you don't start with Kasuga. I want to give Kasuga, like, the best speed upgrade armor right now. Even if it means, like, taking armor off of other people. Because I want him to be first every single time. Because what better way to start a fight than with the essence of orbital laser? Like, it does cost a lot of MP. But I think at this point, these are all story fights, so I will probably heal before the next one anyway. As per my rule, I'll let it play out. Because look at this! I played the entire minigame for this. I deserve to see this cutscene every time. Look at it! Just look, the Sonic Adventure 2 remake looking good. See, look, Eggman's blowing up the moon. This is for dining and dashing! Question, yes or no, cheese counts as a pizza topping. There are pizzas without cheese, so I would say so. And don't discount the effectiveness of extra cheese. Like, it does make a difference. When I was a kid, my favorite pizza was extra cheese and mushroom. Maybe with a little garlic if the place had it. It's rare though, not many places do. You know, California is the land of weird pizza toppings. You know what the Inside Out when they're like, oh, broccoli on pizza? Congratulations, California, you ruined pizza. Well, you know, that is a thing. That is a thing. Not many places, but there are places that have it.
Hell yeah.
There's just something about the, like, deep, earthy flavor of the mushrooms and the cheese that just blends together, you know? Indy Dania, what's up?
Thought you could interfere, did you?
Welcome, we're beating up thugs with lasers. I'm surprised Kume didn't see that laser. Maybe that's why he's driving away.
Where's he going right now?
His campaign stops and stuff are listed on his website.
Oh no! What's that light? I'm out of here!
I can promise, you ain't getting close to Kube.
Will he not talk to regular people?
No, but don't worry, he's gonna win. Governor's orders. All y'all's
Politics.
been blacklisted as threats. You better get ready for the takeover.
Ain't about who's the best person for the job, it's about who pays most money to back their candidate. Maybe that's getting a little too real. Is that the guy who said, how do I get to the station? Looks like him. Uh-oh. They really are everywhere. It's like we're playing that one mini-game at the Gomi Jewel hideout. I'm surprised that was only the once.
Count to rolling on over here to Injincho.
We're being watched. How many Omi alliances do you see?
Won't be able to take a shit without us knowing.
Why do you want to know that? Why do you want to know how I shit?
I certainly am.
Eh?
I realize there's no precedent for a governor to intervene in national politics. But
Sneaky.
there's never been a precedent anytime we advanced as a society.
You live in California, it might not be the right city for broccoli on pizza. It's mostly a NorCal thing. I live in SoCal, but I have seen places that have it here too.
You say you're just too young, that national politics is no place for schoolyard debates.
Eggman style. Really is Sonic Adventure 2.
Playground?
No, I don't think they're saying that.
My name is Rio Robotnik.
How about we take another look at the survey results?
Cool. What are the Splatfest results?
80% of respondents said they support Governor Aoki assuming the role of party chair. The principal reason for their support was the success of the Kamurocho 3K plan.
Keep talking
Do you have
about
any
it.
comments about that, Aoki-san?
Were the Yakuza that big of a problem in
the
Tokyo?
Amazing results of the 3K plan without the Tokyo Metropolitan Police. That was how cooperation between law enforcement and local government should look.
What about the Yakuza still in Kamurocho after the Tojo clan's collapse? There are rumors that a delegation of
He's
Kansai
42, he's
Yakuza
not that
filled the
young.
void.
By Kansai Yakuza.
He
you
just
mean
aged
the Omi
well.
Alliance?
And probably a lot of
Because I
plastic
recently
surgery.
heard that they are officially dissolved.
Yes, that is confirmed. But doesn't that in fact prove something else? Doesn't it prove we can reduce Yakuza activity without a risky policy like the Kamurocho 3K plan?
It's not a risky policy. Not compared to the risks of letting Yakuza run free. I'm sure you've also heard that Masumi Arakawa, an officer who spearheaded the dissolution, was murdered.
So cold.
So you see, it may seem like this was a peaceful
dead.
process, but I think it was anything but. As always.
From what I hear, the
underworld keeps hitting
Yakuza
its
operate
dark,
pretty
unseen mission.
quietly.
On the other hand,
honestly,
the Kamurocho 3K plan didn't involve any murder at all. My plan was the perfect example of a peaceful process, accomplished with my expertise from Bleach Japan.
Speaking of which, the Citizens Liberal Party is endorsing quite a number of Bleach Japan candidates this cycle. As party chair, what are your priorities?
I want to rejuvenate the Citizens Liberal Party. The Bleach Japan candidates are young and brimming with energy. By harnessing
but especially that Kume. Oh boy, everybody loves him.
All the gray zones in this entire nation.
Change the channel. Put on C-SPAN. Ah, boy.
This bastard's using Arakawa's death to win an election, after all but pulling the trigger himself. That's disgusting.
That's not proof positive. I don't know what is.
Hate politicians anymore.
Change it to Animal Planet. Yeah, let's look at some chickens.
Guys, remember the mission. Kume's going to give another speech somewhere, so what do we do?
Find it.
Well, judging by how it went down here, we won't be able to lay a finger on him.
Use the orbital laser.
Sounds like you're in a tight spot.
Lock onto his coordinates. Get that kill streak.
Chairman.
So, you figured your best path to Aoki was just to scare the shit out of Kume?
Isn't that literally what he said to him
Guilty
in
as
that
charged.
meeting?
But they're always one step ahead of us. Anyway, what are you doing here?
Well, I guess he
forgot
didn't
to
say
give you
it.
something.
It's just
Back
his
in the
only known
Aeon
lead.
Tower.
Well, another gun. The Kodak. Infinite ammo bandana. Ah. Stealth camouflage. Metal Gear Kasuga. I like how
Think of what that'd be.
Adachi and
What is
Namba are sitting at a separate
Kasuga.
table so far away.
Did you already forget the task you
Are
entrusted
they not allowed to
me?
listen?
The task
There's a plastic table. Just move. Oh my god.
Oh, finding a candidate.
Free money.
Yes. Remember the whole point of collecting all that money to make Kume lose?
Yeah, I was wondering what happened with that.
Yeah, did you find
With
someone?
that?
Someone who can
It's
win?
me.
Well, I searched far and wide.
Each Pokemon to understand the power that's
Didn't
inside.
find anyone.
But then, all of a sudden, it hit me.
Yeah, it's me.
Lay it on me.
Kasuga, you should run.
I don't do cardio.
What?
I only wish I'd thought of it earlier.
Wait just a second.
We knew this
Back
was
it up.
coming.
Why the hell should it be me?
Let's
I
go.
don't have a
Kasuga
snowball's
for president.
chance in hell of winning this.
True. I doubt
Kasuga.
you'd even get enough
Kasuga.
votes to qualify for the return of your registration deposit.
So why would you want to flush $3 million down the drain?
Well, the money
Kasuga's
doesn't
dumb, but
matter.
he's our dumb
It
dumb.
does to me.
3 million.
He's
yen
also
is a
42.
deal if it gives us a chance to catch Kume.
Perfect.
I'm not really following, Chairman.
In every election, the candidates drive around in their trucks giving speeches. The district's not that big, so they frequently run into each other. When they
Oh.
do, it's customary for them to wish each other luck and shake hands. It's a farce, of course, but it's custom. That's your chance to get close to him.
That's when you shake his hand
I run
with a
in the
novelty
election.
clown
I
buzzer.
can walk right up to Kume.
Compared to Kume, you'd be a nobody, what they call a fringe candidate.
You certainly got the
Kume's
fringe hair.
victory is assured. He'll be expected to be a good sport. That includes not turning you down for a handshake if you ask for one.
Ah.
He can't just say no.
If he did, everyone would say he acted like an arrogant jerk to the underdog.
Now we
That press
politicking.
spreads quickly. And public opinion changes with the wind. You see how perfect it is? This is how you corner Kume. See, your original plan was to make Kume lose. But now the plan is just to use him as a stepping stone, correct?
I don't know about
Aren't
that.
you guys forgetting something? Ichiban did hard time. For murder.
Kume
It
might
doesn't
like being
matter
stepped
what's
on.
your record.
Also,
Once you've served your term, you can run.
do they
What do
really
you
not care
say,
about that?
Kasuga?
I doubt anybody will vote
I
for me,
wish I
but
could tell you to take your time and think it over, but time is a luxury you don't have.
we just do what. Here's the
deadline
plan.
to
We just do what
announce your
Masato did. We
candidacy
go
is
to the
today.
USA,
You have to
get
decide
plastic
right
surgery, completely change our identity, come back.
I'll do it. Seriously? Just because it's legal doesn't mean it's sane, but...
Then
There
hurry
we
to
go.
the
That's what the
election
3
office
million
and
yen
get
is
your
for.
paperwork
For
done.
surgery.
It's the government, so naturally they close pretty
And a
early.
good haircut. It'll cost
what
that
time
much to fix this
Shit,
mess.
guys, we gotta hurry.
Nah, he's our mess.
let's run.
Let's go. Pulling that paper. Oh yeah, the deadline is today.
Where's the
Huh?
election office anyway?
In the Nishihama building on Carriage Highway.
Thanks.
Go, Kasuga. Follow your dreams. Never give up.
Just looks over into the bay, and that's where that fisherman is, looking for clams. You there! Why are you giving up? Wait a minute. I can see him now. I can hear his voice. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Just look with your eyes and you can see. He's out there in the ocean. In the distance. You there! Why are you giving up just now? Damn it! Follow your dreams. Believe in yourself. It's actually just Ikari out in the water. Go straight and never give up. Never give up. He also just got washed away because he doesn't know how to swim. Oh, Ikari. Hello, Frankie. Enjoy the lurk. Ichiban Kasuga. Our dumbass. He would love the ring to that. Right, where are we going? Where's that building? Right here. See, pretty much everything at this part of the map, like, yeah, there's the baseball place, there's a golf place. Otherwise, you can kind of just take or leave this entire area. This entire building is kind of useless because it's just supposed to be the retirement home that Nanaha and Saiko's dad was at. But you never really go inside. It's only cutscenes. Oh, it feels kind of like wasted space. Compared to like Kamurocho, where everything is like densely packed. It kind of had to be, you know? Considering it was on the PS2. You had to have this small, dense area. You couldn't really waste it on things that are just set pieces. Oh, you know what? This is that one Chinatown shop with all the expensive weapons. I can afford them now, but they're probably not even that good anymore. La carte blanche. Golf club minus 71, minus 60. Oh yeah, these all suck now. Oh well. It was worth a shot. Kind of makes me feel like it's not really worth it to actually ever buy weapons or armor in this game, because you just build them. You just build them yourself using the romance workshop. He's the one who found Arakawa's body. It all makes sense. Who is? Kasuga? I found it. I seed it. We verified it. Bop it. Run, Kasuga, run! Did you even take out the paperwork? Did you fill it in triplicate? Aren't you the CEO of a company? Can't you just like get your secretary to do it? Is Eri my secretary? I don't think she is. I don't know if we ever established what position she's at. If Kasuga's the president, I guess she's like vice president or something. It's funny that only now, once I've actually finished the minigame, did she become available as an employee. I haven't checked what her stats are yet. Probably another one of those that you can't, hey! Everybody out here ordering the gun. I know it's the hot new food, but it's a fad diet. Bullets make you fat. I love bullets. I could eat bullets for every meal of the day. Gonna get fat. Why? Bullets make you fat. Bullets make you fat? Omelet's the secretary? I believe it. Probably writing all of, signing all the documents in egg yolk. It functions like invisible ink. In order to make it appear, you have to, like, fry it.
Here we go.
All the yolk ends up, hardening up, and you can actually read the text. Aries' description says secretary in the party menu. Maybe only like in practice. It's a little bit of a shame, like she's inherited the entire company and she's just a secretary. I guess, you know, she didn't really actually want to be the owner. So I don't have any new gaming news for y'all today. There probably was stuff that happened on Wednesday. I didn't look it up. According to my stream notes, the last thing is still Hollywood being called Hollyboob. Still a missed opportunity. Oh, you know this isn't a real building. It's gonna immediately cutscene right now. They brush themselves off after the fight. It's realistic, surprisingly. After every fight, if Adachi was in the party, he goes, "My back is killing me." There goes that money. I wonder what happens if you just didn't have that 3 million. That was exhausting. Just deposit it. If I had to sign one more form, I swear. Never imagined there could be that many. Well, of course. You're not exactly running for student council. What's the difference? I'm just glad we made it in time. Hey. Did you see that guy's face? He was just about to snap. From Kasuga's questions, probably. Questions? Well, nobody likes a last-minute arrival, but it worked out. Thankfully. Don't act like it's over. The paperwork was just the beginning. Tomorrow, we hit the campaign trail. But I'm only running to get close to Kume. I don't actually have to campaign, do I? I hope it's just an extension of the can minigame, but instead of collecting cans, I just drive around the entire town.
Not gonna happen.
But instead of driving... Oh, that's actually kind of cute. Instead of driving around, I just ride the can bike. You do, actually? If Kume and the rest of society don't recognize you as a candidate, the plan will all fall apart. Bah, she's right. How am I supposed to even campaign, though? I don't have an election van or even a megaphone. You have a naturally loud, booming voice and a can collection bike. What else do you need? And you better get it figured out. I'm with Sachan. You gotta take this seriously. We'll figure it out tomorrow. I feel there's a reason the game changed this up to nighttime. Yeah. The gunman. He was listening. I see you. You were in the cutscene. He's gone. He's a good bodyguard. Sneaking in the shadows. Must have turned on his stealth camo. Just a box. What happens when Kasuga actually wins? You know, in real life he wouldn't stand a chance, but this is the kind of game where he probably will. I don't want to... What are we running for again? Is it actually Prime Minister? President of Bleach Japan? Like, I've been assuming Prime Minister, but then that's... No, because that's what Masato is trying to run for, or something. Let's save this dude. I realized that reading these dialogues isn't exactly worth it. There's not really nothing new. They're just all, hey, I need help. Beat them up. Pretty much filler. They're pretty high level. Level 46. Madoko 2024. Who Madoko? Madoka Magica? Manoka Magica? Hey guys, you want to see a cool laser? Let's go! Prime Minister Kasuga. I feel like this is important enough that I should have probably actually paid attention to where the story is taking us. Every time they mention it, it's like, we still need to find a candidate. Candidate for what? I'm Googling it right now. Yakuza 7. Like, everything about the story synopsis is just like, they need to find a candidate for the election. Okay, candidate for what? Election for what? With the Omi Alliance set to take over Ijincho's underworld, Aoki sets his sights on taking over Ijincho's politics, putting one of the Bleach Japan loyalists in the running for a regional representative. Okay. Okay, I think my brain, like, blocked that out because I have no idea what it is. I'm sure it's just a Japanese politics thing. So I'm assuming representing the Kanto region as a whole? Like, the entirety of East Japan? With few avenues, consequences of the running his own candidate. So, okay. I was looking at the wiki page for Yakuza Like a Dragon. It was all just like the entire synopsis of the story. Good for me. Read the Spark Notes. I don't need to write a book report, do I?
Right.
How'd we get the laser? Rank 1 business minigame.
Hold it together.
There are times where I'm not sure exactly how fleshed out some of the connections between the minigames and the rest of the world are. Like, I'm sure they decided that, oh yeah, once you beat the business minigame, you're rewarded with, like, he has enough money to buy a laser. They never say that. It's just like, you did it, you're number 1, here, have a laser. The only assumption you can make is you bought it. Like, if during the course of the business minigame, maybe there was a scene where, like, what was that guy's name? Hosho? The former number 1. Like, they said he had a laser, and if Kasuga doesn't take his spot, he's gonna fire the laser at something or somebody. I don't know, they could have fleshed it out. They're gonna fire it at Nick Ogata's house.
Kasuga-kun, let's play darts sometime. Don't know if I said it before, but I'm a big fan.
Darts with Robbie Damon?
You think you can take me?
I don't know, I feel like he'd play pool.
Yeah.
If Persona 5 Royal is anything to say.
Triple 20s.
That's impressive. Got any tips?
Nah, there's a lot I could say as far as technique goes.
They actually move their mouth when
biggest
they talk
thing
like
is
this.
Your mentality. It's all about finding a way to keep yourself driven. Tell yourself something like, you won't get dinner if you miss. And I bet you're more likely to hit the top.
That would just stress me out.
So, dinner's what drives you, huh?
Good to go.
Zhao's a simple man. That's why we love him. Like, I would have loved if rank 1 for the business minigame was like, oh yeah, we just seized control of the laser, and you see a little cutscene of some astronauts in space from the Japanese space program rewriting Hosho's name to Kasuga on the satellite. Because, you know, it's deathly important that the satellite itself has the right name, despite nobody being able to see it from Earth. So it's okay, regional representative is basically like the Senate. Oh, okay, so like every state has their reps. Basically, Aoki is trying to become the Senate. I am the Senate! The Senate will hear about this. So when do we Palpatine him? Maybe Kume, like, in a fit of strength and rage, grabs Ryo-Aoki and then just throws him off of the big old tower building that his office is in? Kill him. Do it. Let's go, Star Wars. Like, you know, Yakuza is a game that doesn't shy away from making cultural references, right? I can see it happening. We're going to the Survive Bar. Let's go. Kakashi! I realize they're giving me all these breaks in between to do side stuff if I wanted to. I've got nothing left. Execute Order 69. Nice. Alright, thanks for the world economics. Thanks for the world politics lesson, Dusty Kuga. The more you know. Like, obviously these games are made with the Japanese audience in mind first, so they assumingly know how Japanese politics work. Kasuga 2021. I'll vote for him. Hey, look, daytime again. What was the point of all that time skip? What is this? Baka. That's the only one I can read. The one on the right says Baka. Baka mitai. Yes, it's the. Oh, these are all just the advertising for the new songs in the karaoke. Baka mitai. Kodomo nano ne. Guess they already found out I'm running. Saves me the trouble of having a campaign strategy. We're running to lose. Guessing the bodyguard blabbed. You think this is a good thing? Now the whole town's gonna know about your criminal record. He's Danny DeVito now, by the way. Don't worry about it, man. I wasn't planning on hiding the truth anyway. Hey. What was with that, like, 2 piano chords? I see they already have you in their sights. Takabe-san? Our chairman would like you to have something. Chairman Hoshino? What would that be? Kasuga's a billionaire running for a political party. Wait a minute, he might actually make it. This beauty. I get a van! Look at that license plate, X241. It's an old car we were using to sell things out of, but you can use it as your election van. We changed the plates out and everything. Don't worry about the police tracking it. For real? For real? We even gave it a microphone and a loudspeaker. We dug out one of those of our own, one of our own strip club's warehouses. Does a strip club need a loudspeaker? I guess. If they do something like announce the next dance, I don't know how strip clubs work. It should at least give you the bare minimum of legitimacy. Kume can't run from you now.
Thank you.
Appreciate it, man. Now we're talking.
Take care.
Well then, shall we pay Kume a visit?
He's scheduled to give a speech at Hamakita Park today.
Oh, where the tigers and the monkeys and the bears are attacking? Oh my. Nice! This time we'll corner him and make him take us to the young master. Even after all this time, he still calls him young master.
Good luck.
That better have been a supportive good luck and not a sarcastic good luck. Way to show support, man. Oh look, we modded it with a little thing. Does that say Ichiban? I bet it has to, right? Well, let's just get in the car and roll over to Hamakita Park when you're ready. I got the money. Look, I got the money from their business. I could probably, I don't know. How would you liquidate? Because you're not supposed to use funds from the company's budget as part of your own, like, personal spend. That's illegal. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We got a raid from Origination. Does anybody know anything about Japanese business and or politics? We're having a conundrum here. Apparently, I found myself running for the Japanese Senate apparently. Oh, look, it actually does say Kasuga Ichiban. You can tell because there's furigana, which means that the symbols above the kanji represent what the kanji says. So that's Kasu Ga Ichi Ban. Dude, can we get a shout out for Origination? Yeah, we did. Thank you, Kamen Rider. Dude, did you finish? Did you finish? Shantae! Half Genie Hero! So, I didn't know you were gonna play an indie game at the beginning of your stream. It looked really good, by the way. What was it called? Ijincho Boy? No, it's Narita Boy. It reminded me of Hyper Light Drifter mixed with a little bit of, like, I think that game was like Super Brothers something. How was all that? A little less than a sweeping sensation, except this raid from Origination. This is all I can offer on this sweet, sweet day. Like Bill with the weather. Please take it away. Thank you, Ori. As you can see, it's sunny with a chance of making it rain. This is where I would play an animation of like money falling from the sky. You're just gonna have to trust that my character actually is a billionaire. I mean, look, we got 13 million yen. How was it? Welcome on in, all. Soul Sapphire, good to see you again. Broken Glue, Elephant MJN, welcome, welcome. How's it going? How's it going? Politics mini game time. I hope. Business and politics. You beat it. Nice. I don't know if you got like the full ending. There's a different ending depending on like your completion rate. They really do want you to play it like a Metroidvania. So it's like, even though it's platformer based, you could go like 100% run, or you could go for a speed run, or speed run 100% run. And they give you different achievements based on all that. Hope you had fun though, no matter what ending you got. Let me just tell you, if you didn't get the quote-unquote true ending, it just changes a small scene. It's not that big. The previous game, Shantae and the Pirate's Curse, had this whole like post-game, not post-game, but different ending. So just curious. Sunny with a chance of chickens. I don't see any. The weatherman must have been lying. Does my van already have flat tires? Hold up. I think it does. I think the model's clipping through the ground, but it just looks like the tires are already flat. Talk about a budget. You beat it! Yeah. Last boss puzzles. Ooh, yeah. Well, I still hope you had a lot of fun, and can't wait to see what is next for the Origination stream. Guys, go check out Origination. Plays Nintendo games and indie games, and mixed tier lists. Plays I Love You, Colonel Sanders, a finger-looking good dating sim, and stuff like that. Welcome on in, guys. We're pretty late into Yakuza Like a Dragon, so if you don't want spoilers, that's fair. But yeah, we're running a campaign. All right, it's nice to see you. Also, thank Twig. How you doing? Making it rain. Thank you for the clip. You should have been here earlier. Somebody's got his eyes pushed in. Oh, I'm serious. It was brutal. We're knee-deep in the story. Like, usually there's a whole bunch of silly side stuff going on in these games. Whether it's, like, helping a homeless man get a birthday present for his friend, or, like, helping a homeless man get a girlfriend, or, like, helping a homeless man find his brother in the middle of the Korean mafia. Or, like, working your way out of being a homeless man. We've come a long way. Eyes!
An ex-Yakuza who served 18 years in prison for murder has, for his own personal gain, decided to taint this sacred election with his candidacy. It's a sick joke.
I see Kume is going with the full slander campaign. Oh, but look, all our friends are there, like, jeering him. Heck yeah, they know our character.
Sounds like he got the jump on you.
I don't know what that is, Roxas, but it sounds like something I don't want to see.
The plan. But they're definitely trying to ensure you won't ever get near him.
How?
The whole reason Kume would have been obligated to shake your hand was because you were going to be the brave, noble underdog. But now he's trying to paint you as a villain, so he won't need to show you any respect.
Dang, who could have seen this?
I get it. Well then, you know what? It's time to clear my name.
The heck? Hoshino said that wouldn't be a problem that I had a criminal past. All right, we're gonna have a rap battle on top of these two vans. I'm all for it.
Excuse me, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. I'm Ichiban Kasuga.
My name is Ichiban, and I'm here to say, don't vote for Kume. He's super lame.
A murderer running for office?
Can you believe
I'm running for office.
Ridiculous. You heard it. He's a murderer.
You know it.
I gotta hand it to my opponent here. He's such a generous guy. He's basically advertising for me. A total unknown.
Hamilton-style rap debate. I've never seen Hamilton, but did they really have like a rap debate?
Thank you so much, Kume-san.
I've heard it's good.
This is exactly what I was talking about, folks. He's got nothing but sarcasm and one-liners. Why won't this ex-convict take our democracy seriously?
It's suddenly Friday Night Funkin'.
You try to say someone who broke the law can't run?
Beep boop boop da. Beep boop boop beep.
Naturally. Well, it's true. I was in prison for 18 years. But the law says anyone can run, no matter what crimes they've committed.
That's what I was told.
I'm standing here because my application was accepted. If you deny my right to run, then who's really disrespecting the law here?
He's got you there.
You right, Mr. Law and Order? I never said anything about the law. Oh, so you're admitting the laws aren't always so perfect.
Ooh.
Well, in this case,
Ooh.
it's strange, isn't it? Bleach Japan loves going around telling the rest of us to follow the law. But how do we follow laws that aren't just? Isn't that kind of a paradox? Well, laws are what you need to. Are you asking all these fine
Kasuga's come a long freaking way since the beginning of this game.
we must. I see.
He's been through so much like
Sounds like a gray zone to me.
turmoil and injustice. He actually might be fit to be
They really don't.
a politician.
Just like the law ain't perfect. Neither are humans.
He's got a
They
point.
both exist in gray zones.
He's too pure.
Part good, part bad. I mean, just one little mistake.
This is
can
probably
send you
also
down a
the
slippery
you know what, Common, you're right.
It happened to me.
The
I
fact
made a
that they
mistake
picked somebody
that led
totally
me to this
incompetent in
city.
Kume.
Luckily, I was rescued from that mistake.
Like, yeah, he's
But not by the
controllable,
law.
but also he don't know
I
a
was
dang thing.
rescued by the people who live in the gray
When
zones.
it actually comes to debate.
And man, they didn't ask for that life. They got the raw end of a deal. They were never given a real choice.
Cabinet
They
rap
want to be
battles.
proud, hard-working members of
I guess I don't
society,
really know
as
what
much as
Hamilton
anyone
is.
in
I
this
thought it was a
crowd.
musical.
They know the law is important. I do too. But we also know
About-
some things are more important.
America. Anyway, Japan.
People don't exist to serve the law. The law exists to serve the people.
Damn, just mic drop.
The words in that order. Don't you think, Kume-san?
Kasuga knows what he's talking about. He's got my vote.
Yeah, I like it. Go Ichiban!
He's telling it like it is. Give him hell, Ichiban. We're with you.
Man, it's
Where do I donate to Team Kasuga?
donate. Sir, I don't know if you have that much to donate.
He's elitist.
Kume-san, I think we can have a healthy
He's
debate in this
elitist.
campaign.
It's so good that we have all these homeless people on our side. You thought you guys thought I was kidding when I said we helped a lot of homeless people? Man, I want like
Retreat! Retreat! Wait, what's the problem?
run that way with your tail between your legs. Let's go.
Kume-san, you were in the middle of your speech.
Wait, Kume-san!
I think that was the voice actor for the dude
In a
wearing
strange
the fake
turn,
Michio
this
costume.
impromptu debate has
Give me your
ended with
Michi
Kume,
money.
the front runner, making a quick retreat.
Yeah, I wish that scene was like even bigger depending on how many side quests you've done. So you see like Megumi and the Ono Michio guy.
Buzz on social media.
Like everybody rooting for us. I hope that still happens. Oh, that'd be
Useless.
awesome.
Kume, the staff, and even you are all
Hamilton is a
useless.
musical. Debate this.
The only reason this happened is because you neglected to take it seriously.
Yellow Pikachu, what's up? Oh yeah, we show up for a debate. Kasuga's like,
Why are you
ladies
acting
and
so
gentlemen, I have
strange?"
one argument. Present a cow. This. Nestle.
Got something to report?
I rest my case.
For now, we've decided to reorganize under a provisional name, the Tokyo Omi Alliance. We have sufficient manpower and resources, so I'll be assigning titles to...
I'm sorry, are you under the impression you're the chairman or something? Huh?
When did Masato become a New Yorker?
You had power in the Arakawa family, but I can assure you, it wasn't because you were
Think you're the chairman or something?
Kiss enough ass. Anyone can get a promotion like you did. You haven't had a spine since the days when you were following me around like a lost dog. I've taken
Looks like the shoe is on the other hand.
history, but enough is enough. The new Tokyo Omi Alliance
this is-
needs a chairman who understands how to wield power.
So this is how we
that's
know
what I
that
am.
Sawashiro really is just following Masato's
A bold
orders.
claim. I'll give you 24 hours to prove it by killing this man.
Better not be me.
What?
It's just like a picture of
fail-
Kiryu.
Well, I assume you know the consequences.
Just totally unrelated. I would have said that, like, more honestly, if we didn't just see Kiryu in the last scene. Like, I think his cameo is done.
Yep.
Kume should be giving a speech in front of Jinai Station today. All right. Today's the day we get him for sure.
What's up?
Shouldn't we leave the van behind, though? If he realizes we're coming, he'll cut his speech short and bail. Good point. Let's go on foot so we don't stand out. We're not gonna take down all these slanderous papers. Like, they're not even like, sure I sleep here. But doesn't David Hayter care? We don't know the actual name of the barkeep. He's just like bartender. So I just call him David Hayter. Like, this is bad for business. Above the crowd, even if I gotta shout out loud. Mine is the only face you'll see. Gonna stand out till you notice me. So, yeah. If you guys are just coming on in, if you came in through the raid, thank you for sticking around. I try not to go on a big spiel while cutscenes are happening, because I am engrossed in the story, and I know people out there are too. And I want to make sure it gets the respect. Dodge this. Nope, Solid Snake can't dodge that. Egg on your face. Jadaby Jack, what's up? If you came in with the raid, how you doing? Welcome back. I see you've come to a different streamer. How did that happen? Da-da-da-da-da-da. And Ori, thank you again for that raid. You guys might be a little confused about what's going on in the story. I could explain it, but maybe I won't. Maybe I won't. I'm just gonna ask. Everybody's having a good night. How far are you in that Narita Boy game? Is it long? I don't know if you actually finished it or if you switched in the middle of it.
Here we go.
Like, I'm always up for recommendations for new indie games to play, and we are like coming up on a point where I don't want to be playing another long RPG to start off with, because we know games are about to come out. Persona 5 Scramble coming out this month, as well as Mario 3D World Land area country. 3D 64 Super EX Third Strike Turbo Edition Digital Deluxe Game of the Year. And also, thank you for the dodge. You're the same. You try to move past cutscenes a bit, then address chat. It's my test. It's my test. I know people, maybe they don't have the time to stick around. Oops. And that's absolutely fair. If you gotta go to bed, then I don't want to keep people.
They call this neighborhood Gummy Jewel. Want a peaceful place to nap? You'll be lucky if you find it at the park. Anywhere else, they'll cap your ass like a soda bottle.
Thank you. Thank you for the warning. Don't want to mess with any of those dangerous Gummy Jewel people. Dun, 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 dun. You're wandering streams event looking for demos. So, there's a demo event? What's going on there? Does it have anything to do with some sort of big gaming event that I'm somehow not aware of? I know, like, Steam has been doing this thing where during certain events like E3, they'll have demos available for only a small amount of time. Let's go grind fight some people so I can actually talk about random stuff before the next big cutscene happens. Look at all these fighting men. These Sujiman. Menacing men. They're men.
I got this.
You'll get there eventually, Jungi. Dun, 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 dun. Politics, always complicated. I try not to understand it. But yeah, Steam's just been doing this thing where demos are available for a limited time. I played a couple of really good demos that way, but the games I've been waiting for from those are not out yet. Ow!
Bring it on.
Pretty lost in Yakuza story too. This one, I started this game because I started with Yakuza 7 because it was sort of like a soft reboot of the series, and they have a giant orbital laser. They're going with a new protagonist, and while there are ties to previous games in the series, they're not necessary to know what's going on in this one. So I think this is a fine place to start. If you like all the things in this game, then you could go back to an earlier one and enjoy just a different story. Sure, the main fight style is different, but everything else is more or less the same.
I got this.
Yes, we do have a giant laser. We're number one as far as businesses in this entire city, prefecture, wherever this is, Ijincho. We own a little rice cracker shop that ended up buying a whole bunch of other companies, and now we're a big conglomerate. Ichiban Kasuga, easy to remember, easy to write on the ballot. He's number one. Did I do all the battle tower? All 30 floors. You get an accessory that eliminates random encounters. Oh, so about that, Dusty Kuga. I did not do all of them, but I know for a fact I had that item. I saw it earlier. I don't know where you'd get it from, if not all 30 floors, but I have it. I was looking at it. Yeah, here. Hybrides amulet. Prevents enemies from appearing on the street. I have only gone to floor 25. Maybe you get it from there. But I stopped because the enemies started getting like level 55 up, and I think they go up to 60. So I'm waiting until I'm a little bit further in the story. Dun 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 dun. Erikus, you going to bed?
Am I that boring?
No, I know it's late for you, so if you need to go, don't let me hold you. Out there somewhere is a good indie platformer. Oh? One stream maybe? I'll take a look at it. I'll have to write that down. You know what? I'm not even gonna lie. I'm just gonna like put that down in my notes, because I'm gonna forget otherwise. Somewhere out there beneath the pale moonlight. Originations played 6 or 0. You can't remember. Well, I believe you, because if you can't remember whether it's even the 6th entry in the series or the 0th entry, that's probably more than not knowing. Oh, look at that! There he is. Steam Game Festival Showcase. Yeah, it's probably one of those limited time things. I get you. I get you. Hey, well, you know, I'm West Coast. Appreciate the late night Yakuza vibes. That's how we do it. Yeah, thanks for being here, AOL. Yeah. It must be pretty late for you. There he is, at it again. Oh, let me catch up on chat. Da-da-da-da-da. Everyone's weak to laser. Who isn't? Like, every time there's just one person standing, I am deeply impressed and wonder if I should just spare them. But I don't. Out there somewhere has like a teleport gun. So Portal? Portal platformer? You teleport to whoever it hits. So, also kind of like those VR games. All right. I think I might have seen gameplay of that. Is it a first-person game? I might have seen it. Don't let Estas see us coming. Ah, sneaking mission. I'll get in front of the media to make him shake my hand. He'll have no way to avoid me that way. After how I absolutely destroyed him last time, they'll just cower in fear.
Listen.
But then what?
I suggest we make amends about yesterday and pull him into the van. Then I've won. Pull him into the van, just like force him in. Kidnap him.
Well, I'll be careful. Looks like they got more eyes than we thought.
This late into the game, I'm still figuring out Adachi's voice. Because if I try to actually do it, it ends up sounding like my Kasuga and Nanba voice.
Hey. You sure you want to do this? This guy's just a candidate just like Kume.
Oh, he's talking to them.
You sure you want to do this? This guy's a candidate just like Kume. If you raise a hand against him, don't you think it'll damage Kume's reputation?
Got some bad news for you. We ain't a part of Kume's campaign.
I forgot what his actual voice was.
We don't live in Kanagawa.
Oh, he's probably Osakan. Try all you want. Try all you want.
No, nothing's gonna trace us back to Kume. Wow, you guys thought this through.
Hey.
Let's not stand here admiring them. If we don't hurry, Kume's gonna get away again.
Huh? What's the rush? Your campaign's going down in flames. 'Cause you'll be dead.
Okay, he's not that southern. That's the standard for all anime translations. If someone's from Osaka, you just give them a southern accent. And in the very rare occasions, you give them a Brooklyn one.
You're gonna
Brooklyn
be
Rage! Alright, so who wants a laser? To the face! It's almost 1 a.m. You got a bunch of work to do.
Here we go.
That's kind of what I've been doing lately. Like, when I still have work to do after work hours, I know I still have to actually stream. So I've foregone doing YouTube stuff after stream. I just do that on the weekends now. Laser. And we know what this looks like. Boom. Instant death. That's what it looks like from our perspective. Right? We didn't know we didn't like have a bird's eye view of the laser. Just all of a sudden. And I've been taking just like extra time after stream to do a little bit more work to catch up. Sounds like Goofy. Yup. I'm gonna yup you up. Cool. And before they know it, he's gonna be saying,
I'm not backing down.
Watch me.
Come on. Let's see.
Yeah. Somewhere out there is not a first-person game. It's got pixel art. You beat it in 2.5 hours. Huh. I might have to check it out sometime then. Yeah, sounds like a good recommendation. I've written it down, so thanks for telling me, thanks, Big.
Here we go.
You do come up with some pretty great indie games, if I do say so myself. I love this animation, but it's a bit too long. So I'll just have him die. I like that so much better. No context, dancing, and then bursh. You'd vote for him. He has access to a death beam. Now, is it because it's just so damn cool? You'd imagine that he'd lay waste to any enemies of the region with a death beam? Or are you just like scared that any dissenters will just get beamed from their own houses? In their own houses. Psycho's weapon looks like a Sailor Moon scepter. It probably is based on one.
Noticed us.
Like, there's so many pop culture references in this game. One of the pop star weapons is a big old sea salt ice cream. Korean.
Moragu?
Moragu!
Your support means everything. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Haha! Gotcha!
It's Kasuga! The other candidate, Ichiban Kasuga's here!
Get cameras on him! There might be another debate!
Kasuga! Will you continue yesterday's debate?
Will you give me your Michi money?
I think Kume-san took enough damage yesterday. I actually came to make peace with him.
Why would we ever make peace?
Firm grip. No floppy fish here.
Hey,
Now he
it's hard
waltz
to
in?
talk in front of all these cameras, you know? Want to talk in private? That'll be way better. Let's just hop into your van here. Nice ride, by the way.
Okay, give him some space.
Kasuga-san.
Like, Naba doesn't look like an official, like, campaign attendant
Chairman
L.
Hoshino's life is in danger.
Now?
The Komijul got an anonymous tip that the Seiryu clan is going to be attacked. Chairman Hoshino is the target. And Song Hui said there's something suspicious happening at the Seiryu clan.
Could he be saying this within earshot of Kume?
The chairman? Well, him?
There's no way he's not also hearing it.
I think we need to put a hold on the Kume and Aoki mission.
Do we have time for that?
We'll be back.
Fine, we won't kidnap you today. But tomorrow!
What? Hey, are we done with Kume already?
Something's going down. It's urgent.
We don't want another Arakawa situation. Ooh. And then stop. Oh, we got that music again. Alexa, stop. I don't know why, but sometimes my echo just triggers off of. Did I say anything that sounded like Alexa? I don't know. I did. Ready to Seiryu Clan HQ. All the way over here. Common's using the ice cream. I know you are. That's why I remembered it. I don't think I ever got it in my playthrough. So when this music is on, you know even though the story is taking a turn. It's funny when earlier on in the game, you know what, you still have side quests to do. You're completely free to, if in the story there's this whole scene where, oh man, we gotta hurry to so-and-so location because somebody might be in danger. There might be an all-out war between the Legion 3. Yeah, sorry, I gotta run my rice cracker business. Can it wait? And not even like, oh, this will take a couple of hours. It's a business. They're running it over the course of several business periods, which has got to be weeks or months. Don't worry, the gangs can be patient. They'll wait for me. Out there somewhere is like $1. Yeah, not bad. I feel like after mobile phone games became a thing, at least more of a thing, if everyone had a smartphone, then $1 just became the standard price that people are willing to pay for a quote-unquote indie game, which is a small time waster game. It almost doesn't even matter if it has like phenomenal 2D art or like a tens of hours story. It's just like people see, oh, game more than $1, I'm not buying that. Like there was this big outrage when Super Mario Run first came out just because they cost like $10. Anywhere else you'd think like $10 for a Mario game, what a steal. But that is just unheard of. All the shareholders were so angry. Forgot where you got the ice cream. Best thing you got. Fair? So one thing that Common's been doing that I completely forgot about, I always thought we'd go there again as part of the story, or the game would like bring us closer to there. Over here by the sewers, or here, wherever it was, around where you get Nancy. Oh, over here. Like that's a whole dungeon with so many different levels of just battling and grinding. So I feel like the game really expected you to level up there in your free time. And that's where I was missing like this whole, why is there no incentive to level up or fight random enemies before continuing the story?
Here we go. Who wants to go?
It just never occurred to me to go back in there because it always felt to me like, yeah, we go into the sewers like twice in the front of the main story. There's gonna be probably more of these later on. Going through the sewers is probably just backtracking to where I came from. No, it is not. It is just more stuff. Sewer enemies are kind of tough. It reminds me of the sewers in like Paper Mario 1000 Year Door.
Time to cut the crap.
Or the sewers in Paper Mario. And the underground in 1000 Year Door, where you return to it all the time. The game rarely forces you to go there, just like until you need to find the next area in 1000 Year Door. In regular Paper Mario, you almost never have to go there until the very end. It's just a place to be like, hey, see how far you can get, and if you can't get very far, come back later. That's how you're supposed to do it. When I played the original Paper Mario on stream, I was so concerned with making story progress that I never went to explore the regular sewers. So I pretty much did all of the sewers in Paper Mario 1 right at the end. Dojo Clan! There's a game called Adventure Bar Story, started as a $2.50 mobile game, 6 on 3DS. Willing to pay more for games that are fun, and it's pretty fun. That's how I feel about stuff like Part-Time UFO and Mom Hid My Video Game. Both games that were mobile first, and then Nintendo advertised them on the Switch. I don't think I would get Part-Time UFO on a mobile device though. It just works so well with regular buttons. It requires precision. And to be honest, I didn't even know about it until Nintendo advertised it. I didn't know HAL was like making games outside of Nintendo systems. They're not a second-party Nintendo dev. They're technically a separate company.
Take it.
You need to play more part-time UFO. Please do. It's fantastic. I need to make sure I'm all healed up. I don't want to use my expensive healing items. I'm just going to eat some sandwiches. Lettuce sandwich. I'm sorry, Kasuga, you're on a diet.
Pretty good.
You gotta lower your carb intake. And why am I eating bread? We're gonna use some of this green tea.
Pretty good.
Imagine, you just chugged 10 bottles of tea. Dude's gotta use the bathroom in like 5 minutes.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
Oh, good. But good as new. Bread makes you fat, and water makes you bloated. Getting late, should head to bed. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out, Mira. Hope you had a good time, and don't worry too much about the story. Even I'm getting confused. Sleep well. Okay, now I'm really confused. I thought, are these all Seiryu guys? Uh-oh. He's really a danger.
Kasuga.
You shot! It was the Omi Alliance. About 10 of them. One had a gun.
Only
They're
one?
looking for the Patriarch. They're going to kill him. His office is a ways up from here, right?
I knew I shouldn't have ordered the baseball bat.
Please.
Finally, you make your entrance.
It me.
The Omi Alliance.
I haven't been in this building in so long.
Huh. Give the boys a sec. They're still cleaning up.
Like I have, but like not this room.
What's that mean? Don't fuck with me, you assholes!
Cleaning up who? I bet Hoshino's like cleaning up.
How exciting.
10 Omis went in, trying to like beat up on a poor old man, and he went all kung fu on him. Let's go.
You're gonna be in a whirl.
Kung fu master. Whatever martial art he might know. Maybe it's gun fu. Like this. Karate. Zero gets like the coolest moves. I need to try them all. Even I keep resorting to my standard like, oh, this is the defense down one. But what is Dragon Fan Decimator? It sounds awesome. I'm gonna get this guy. Also, a lot more of them have a gun than we thought. Oh my god. Believe it or not, I'm walking on air. Walking on your face. Never thought I could feel so free. Gonna make sure I kill this guy. You got that game because you saw someone streaming it. It's proof that streaming is good advertising. It is. A lot of companies out there may not be the most in tune with how the gaming world works right now. I'm gonna smack this guy with money. Remember how I said about making it rain? Now I can prove it. Money, money, money! 400, 700! Woohoo! Ow. What kind of game of rock, paper, scissors is this? Gun beats money. Nice miss. So that power, the power of that move is based on how far you are in the business game, how much money you have. Since I already beat it, that's probably like the most it can do.
I got this.
A lot of damage. Like, look at this regular medium attack. Actually did a similar amount. That just shows you how strong that guy is. Let's go. Whirling parade dance. Streamer suggested Shantae to you. You had a good time. Wow, who suggested that? They sound like they have terrible taste in games. What? You listen to a chicken or something? Just a terrible idea overall. Got him! But seriously though, if you like Metroidvanias, I do think that series is a decent one to start with. Like, you will get lost. You will also get lost in other Vania games as well. But the thing with the Shantae series is they they tend to be a bit more, not casual, but less focus on being esoteric and hiding things in the most secretive crevices. Just like, here's a fun little story, here's a fun game, you can play it if you want. Let me know if you ever do stream another Shantae game, or Pirate's Curse, just saying. I've already streamed it. I've also streamed one of the modes of Half Genie Hero. Not the main one, but like the beach mode, after they added a whole bunch of extra modes to the game. I will say beach mode is kinda expert level. It's meant to be like a super speedrunning mode where apparently the sun's UV rays are so powerful that unless you constantly replenish your collection of sunscreen, then you immediately explode after 5 seconds. So the game becomes a battle of, can you make it to the next bottle of sunscreen? Can you beat the level fast enough before you just combust? That's really how that mode works, and it is a dang silly premise. It's really hard for the boss battles, because unless you do a certain amount of DPS to the boss, then they won't drop sunscreen, and then you just die. But I somehow got through it. The story also has nothing to do with the main story, but it's the same levels.
Moving up in the world.
There's also like a Friends to the End DLC, which takes place during the game. Alright, Angie Kasuga. Hello? Sawashiro, you son of a bitch!
Captain Sawashiro.
How much loss is Kasuga going to endure in 1 week? We lost our dad. We lost an uncle. Wait a minute.
The chairman.
Wait a minute. Hold on. In case people are in an ad, I'm gonna wait a couple of seconds. You guys are in the middle of a very emotional cutscene, so hold on 1 second. Thank you for the raid upstairs. The ad, not the ads. Gosh dang it! Do I have to wait? Do I have to wait it out? No, I'm gonna let it go. I'm gonna type in the chat.
You were late every damn time. Any job I sent you on, the smallest errand.
Why, though? Why would you kill the chairman?
This will be the end of the E-Gene 3. He was a tired old man who served as the Gray Zone's pillar. And that pillar supported Ijincho. Without him, it'll crumble unless we intervene. The young master agrees.
You're deluded.
Why are you two like this? Why are you so paranoid? You've already won pretty much everything, and you still had to kill the chairman in cold blood?
So much murder.
Why would Ryo Aoki need to do this when he's already on top of the world?
Does he just want to erase all traces of anything that reminds him of his father?
I told you it was your fault.
Hey!
What?
Wait a minute. No. Sorry, I'm full, thank you.
Hey, Ichiban.
I'm on a diet. I will not be eating lead today.
Forget it. You know how important it is to the young master that he wins this district, but you got in his way.
Imagine in his head like,
you
fuck, I forgot to reload.
To make a run
say
for the
something cool.
seat. He doesn't like being defied. Especially not by the likes of you.
Sounds to me like you're scared I could win.
Are you kidding? Not in a million years.
Why else would you need to kill Chairman Hoshino?
You know him. He doesn't even like to be inconvenienced. So how do you think he feels about this?
Well, then why didn't you just kill me?
Oh, I would have preferred that. But your campaign has drawn so much attention. I guess you could call it a timing issue if you need a reason.
So you killed the chairman in my place?
Yes. The E-Gene 3 was the machine keeping you on life support. If pulling the trigger on you would make too big of a splash, we figured pulling the plug out of the wall would be the next best thing.
Every time I think the young master couldn't sink any lower, he proves me wrong. What the fuck is his problem? What made him turn out to be such a bastard? I'm sure the both of us mean nothing to him. So why would he have to go so far just to crush garbage like me under his foot? What satisfaction do you two get from watching me break? Tell me what any of this is for! Is Arakawa-san's death your fault too, you fucking coward?
Ooh, Angie.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Doesn't really matter now, does it?
Wrong answer, bucko.
Sawashiro!
Because now Ichiban's gonna punch you like you did. No matter what. Hey. What's going on? He was never this nimble before. Kick it. Nice dynamic entry. What the hell? Dude's leveled up. What is this anime? You watching Dragon Ball Super? Ultra Instinct? Of course you're gonna go for the sword. Hey, no, that's decorative. It hasn't been sharpened. Don't touch that. It's worth 1 million yen. That's actually not a lot. We have 13 million. Hey!
Oh man, he just had to pull out a weapon.
We have a weapon too.
Yeah, but is it really something to worry about? You beat him last time, didn't you?
I never changed the Dachi's job. It still shows up like a rocker.
Either that or he wasn't really trying.
Probably. Considering the fact that we fought him twice before.
Holding a weapon really amps him up.
Ugh. This is revenge. Of course he has to wield a blade.
So this is gonna be a tough fight any way you slice it.
Trying to cut our pinkies off this many years later.
For sure. I mean, he's a captain under Arakawa the Assassin. So everyone be careful.
Guard your pinkies.
Got it.
Wear metal gauntlets if you have to.
Well,
already on it. All right.
You're gonna be in a world of trouble.
Sorry for not calling it out. Thank you guys for the raid. Yeah, just had to wait for ads. Guys, this is just a policy of mine. If anybody ever raids during a cutscene, I will make sure the experience is still smooth. Anybody here for the story? I appreciate the story in video games. They do a lot of work, and this is like near the end of the game. And I'm just really into it. But hey y'all, and welcome on in from the I'm Stare stream. I'm Stare plays a lot of Pokemon Nuzlocke. Opens Pokemon cards every time a Pokemon dies. Did a lot of Pokemon die today. Apparently a level 1 Togepi. Level 1 Togepi! That is cruel. I need revenge. I need to take revenge. I gotta take out my frustration on Sawashiro. Because Egg did not deserve this. This is a chicken stream. We stan Egg. We stan Egg. Hold on, let me teleport behind him. That's the person now. Did you name a Togepi after Bibalo? Bibalo. What's up, Jack R. Long? Oh, that's your only death, huh? Well, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, Raiders. Hope y'all are doing good. If you don't know me, my name is Chris. I know Bibalo. In real life, went to the same college and all that. Been a while now. I'm getting old. Oh no! What did you kick? Hey, you want to see some magic shit? Ooh. Oh, I want to see the choreography for this. Whoever did the motion capture for Zhao, like 10 out of 10. They are freaking amazing.
Try this on for size.
He's like the coolest moves out of all the characters. He's my favorite, honestly. So this is late game Yakuza. Like a dragon. Stuff's going down. Very important people who have influenced us through the entire game are now dead, and we need to get revenge before they kill anybody else. So we're gonna shoot him with a big old laser from space.
Let's get nutty.
Yeah, that's how this game works. It's an RPG, unlike the previous Yakuza games. I love how it pierces the atmosphere. The clouds themselves have to fly out of the way. He's weak to lasers. It still didn't do that much. I'm a little scared. Okay, we're gonna try to go for things that'll stat him down. Maybe stun him? Paralyzed? I'm gonna go for the paralyzed, see if he's weak to that. See how much damage it does. Stun gun. Also, Jungi Han looking good without a shirt. Just saying. Good, he's weak to electricity. Pikachu, you know what to do. Use Thunderbolt.
Let's go.
Let's put the automatic health regen on. Don't ask where he got the guitar. Fun thing about this game, if you change jobs, like sometimes some skills carry over. So you end up with stuff like chefs wielding guitars and fortune tellers making food on the battlefield. On the battlefield, huh? Let's see, let's lower his attack. So this is a boss battle. This is one of the former captains of the family we used to be part of. Back before we went to jail for 18 years to take the fall for him specifically. I'm assuming I'm gonna survive till next turn. I'm gonna call in a pound mate. But who? But who? Maybe a chicken. Oh, maybe Majima himself. I don't want to spend 1,000,000 yen. Now I'm gonna save these for like big old group battles because they go for multiple enemies. Holy crap, he costs 1,000,000. Well, you know what? I expected nothing less. He's an expensive boy. Like, we have the money, but I'm saving up to upgrade the workshop. Oh, you can't. These are probably the best pound mates to call. Can't call them. They only work nights. Michio, attack and defense. An egg. I'm gonna go attack defense buff. Ah, yes, Battlefield, my favorite streamer. Sounds familiar. He sounds pretty adequate. You would think everyone would be weak to lasers. You'd think everybody would be weak to guns too. Unfortunately, not always so. The mascot we deserve. Wonderful.
You're in it now.
Yeah. Anybody coming on to that raid, thank you for being here and hanging out. Hope y'all had a good night. And if it's late for you, I totally understand. I'm on the West Coast, so time zones. Although I would think Amsterdam might also be West Coast. Not sure. It's always hard. What's interesting is when you stream this late at night. Also, let's go for a gun attack. When you stream this late at night in the US, you get cool stuff like meeting friends from across the pond. Ooh! I actually died. Good thing I was holding a Phoenix Down item. Ugh. Yeah, I gotta pay attention. Even with the defense attack buffs and the automatic healing, he does a lot. He did like 500. That's most of my health. He is not to be underestimated. All right. Ooh, critical.
Come on.
I'm just gonna go for every ultimate attack I have. And you know what I should have done? I should have also stocked up on rocket launchers. 619. That's almost like 69, but there's a barrier. Ah! Everyone bleeding.
This could be better.
Now, good thing is it didn't hit Kasuga, so I think I'm okay with using a group heal to heal the bleeding first. But that's not great. I gotta try to stun him or something.
Don't move.
Stun or bleed. He's weak to it, come on. Okay, I don't have enough MP for another laser. I'll try the bat. Come on. We took down 2 level 50 enemies in the last chapter. 53 ain't nothing. What's going on? Second form? The lion! Ooh! See, I told you that sword was decorative. Now it's up. Hey! You wiped your foot on my butt. Don't tell me the cane has a sword in it too.
Let's try.
Is it that? Are you serious? Ah! Ow! Rude! You broke my nose!
What the heck kind of move was that?
A way more powerful one than I thought.
I guess he was
It's
raising
based on a Western
canes.
martial art.
Which one?
Since when do you know martial arts, dude?
Since always. The reason I fought with an umbrella was because I got the idea from an old martial arts book.
Okay, reading the books ain't the same as
Captain
practice.
using the same fighting style right now?
Yeah. Actually, watching him is really teaching me a lot that I didn't understand in the book.
Oh? Is Namba about to like learn a new move right now?
How many different martial arts does the captain know?
Well, I think we're about to find out. Makes me feel like a wimp.
Maybe it's based on the Filipino martial arts. Arnie's, hey! Ow! Right in the boob window. That is incredibly rude. That is just too much, man. That is the no place you don't go.
You're gonna get
Your favorite streamer, KFM, Kentucky Fried Manok. It is Friday for some people. Gotta get down on Friday. You know it. He's weak to fire. I'm gonna need a heal right now. I put on a shortcut. Jungihan, Psycho. You okay? Just a little blood.
My turn.
Tis but a scratch. A scratch? Your arm's off. No, it isn't. I don't know if he's even susceptible to status. He hasn't been affected by a single one.
Just gonna stand there?
Alright, hopefully we don't... I gotta try to keep statusing him with Jungihan. If any of them will actually work. Ow. Otherwise, we seem to be free for a status heal next turn with Psycho. Or whenever she goes. You know what? What power mace do we got? Lead Burns, Fear, Cold. I need something that'll reduce his chance of attacking me. Accuracy, there you go. Sumo! Psycho needed a chest massage. Oh my. Oh my.
I summon you!
Alright. Rex Decimal, how you doing, Rex-a-man? Welcome on into Sumo Wrestler, but we're in another boss battle, and he's not Majima, but it's not that he's overwhelming me with high, fast-paced attacks like Majima did. It's just he's strong. Strong. He survived 2 lasers. Hey. Sumo used Earthquake. It's super effective.
Come on.
Alright, I'm gonna use Zhao's turn to heal Casca's MP. You got stamina in? No, a Toriner is what we want. Torina!
Bring it on.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Thank you.
Rex is practicing guitar. Nice, what song you learning? Ow. Couldn't fit in time. There. It's always looks so painful. I don't know if it's secretly like
Could be better.
hitting a pressure point, lowering my attack and defense somehow. Time to go for another. Oh, look, he does have accuracy down. He's not missing though.
Be still, would you?
Try for more status effects. Still not doing it. The blood.
Do something.
So much blood!
We need heavy weapons.
I am heavy weapons guy, and this is my weapon.
Probably too deep. Did you know in Team Fortress 2, the heavy weapons guy actually has a little bit of a voice lowering filter applied? Because he's the same voice actor as the Demoman. Demoman!
Demoman? If I were a bad Demoman, I wouldn't be sitting here discussing it with you now, would I?
Miracle Kimchi on Psycho. Wait a minute! I meant to heal the sound effects first. I was gonna do that with a different character. It's okay. She'll get more turns, so she'll probably go faster again. Oh my god.
Yeah? Are you done with all the fun and games
Need
yet?
healing, pound mate. Egg. Blinding lights. Sounds familiar. I can't recall what it's from at the moment. Is that from Is that from that one game? Ekenfell? That game has spectacular music. Egg. Dodge. Got a regular roadrunner, this chicken. Uh-oh. Here it comes! Nice dodge. HP, that's exactly what I need. Ah, it's not for the weekend. Egg. Nice.
Let's go.
Exactly what I need. Just what I needed. Jungi Han's turn is next. Do I chance the stun?
You're gonna be in a world of
Psycho's gonna heal it next turn anyway. No, we need Jungi's turn. He's useful. Very useful. I'm gonna heal him with the restorative medicine. All physical ailments. That should be stun, right?
Who's this?
Ah, no, I should have been the mental one. Damn it.
Who wants to go?
Bad, bad, bad.
Come on.
Come on. I'm over here.
So this will cure stun, but she'll still be bleeding. That's fine. She's not low in health. We're halfway done with Sarashira's health bar.
You're gonna be in a
You just gotta be careful in case there's like another form. Like that. Ah! Oh, I hope there's not like a secret timer once everybody's been caned, because he's done a different person every single time.
Huh?
Let's go.
I hope there's not like a timer where if everybody gets caned at least once, then all of a sudden he's like, Omae wa mo shinderu. Nani? Everyone just drops dead. It's not good.
Are you done with all the fun and games
Hey, look.
yet?
Laser. Weak. He's not taking as much damage as he was earlier. Because his defense was down before. Alright, HP heal, let's go.
Let's do this together. I'm ready now. I'm not backing down.
On it.
We're fine as far as level. This ain't as bad as the first Majima fight, that's for sure. I'm gonna stop going for statuses, because it doesn't seem to be working on him. Let's at least go with defense down. I think that works.
Out of my way.
Bleeding, stun. All doesn't work.
Defense down.
Ow, ow. I am going for the... Oh no, it's Zhao again. He just is so special. He gets a cutscene for that.
Are you done with all the fun and games
Imagine
yet?
he joins our party somehow, and that's actually his special for the tag team.
You think you can win?
Can't see any other reason why he'd have a special animation just for that.
You're in for it now.
Is his defense already down? Lowers attack? It didn't work last time.
Are you done with all the fun and games
On
yet?
Kasuga's turn, I'm going to use the attack up for everybody move.
Let's go.
Right now I'm just gonna heal Zhao.
Who wants to go?
This out. Feel better.
Watch me.
I got this.
If you believe it, it's true. Ask him to feel better and he will.
You think you can win? Are you done with all the fun and games yet?
I don't think anything of this.
I'm not backing down.
Power.
Okay, no status effects. We'll just go for pure power. Weak. He's weak. He's weak to blade, which means Sanguine Blade Dance will do some pretty good damage. We don't have enough for another
Let's see.
Yeah. Check this out.
laser, but we can.
Let's give him hell.
Bolster your strength, everyone.
Stop it, stop it, stop it. Oh! He's had enough! Counter, don't grab the blade. You crazy? He's wearing gloves, though. Is that why he always wears gloves? You can't wield a sword like that. You'll cut your hand. Okay, you're just being silly.
There's something odd about this.
Yeah, not like there was anything normal about this to begin with.
Does he have like a robot hand or something under there?
This guy is savage as hell.
Says the guy wearing full Kiss attire.
He's pulling out all the stops. You've got to stay on your toes, everyone.
I mean, aren't we? I shot him with a laser. Vile blade stance. Murderous intent.
Eyes on you.
I don't like that
Just gonna stand there.
stance.
Who wants to go?
I feel like it might counterattack. I'm gonna try this.
Let's go.
Just attack. Yep, he counters. Okay, good.
I'll show you.
Is he still in the counter state right now, though? Trying it. No, yeah, don't attack him. See, this is why I try it. Or suppress his bloodlust. Will he not counter now? Or my definition of insanity? No, we good.
Try and stop.
So we just gotta wait for that message.
Come on.
See, this is why I tried it before doing it with Ichiban, or else we all would have died.
Try this on for size. Give it your all, everyone. This ought to help.
Thank you.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Pretty good.
Over here.
Pretty good.
Who wants to go?
Let's see if he's weak to money. Little bribery doesn't hurt. You don't get to keep the money, by the way. You just get to see it up close and personal. Focus quietly with his eyes closed.
Are you done with all the fun?
We got HP recovery. I doubt it can do it faster than we can shoot him.
Let's go.
Right?
Just gonna stand there.
40, let's go. It's actually not very expensive of an attack.
Hope you're ready.
We good. We good.
Are you done with all the
Next
fun
turn with
games
Kasuga, I'm
yet?
gonna use the pound mate that restores our MP. Glow sticks.
Eyes on.
Wait, plus 1,000. No, we have to attack. That's the problem.
Out of my way.
He's so close, though.
I'll show you a fight.
Looks like he's only healing once every round. So we're okay. As long as everybody's attacking, we can out damage his healing. Doesn't mean I like it though. We got the RPG strats. We got the RPG stats. If only I had an actual RPG.
I summon
You guys hungry? Cause I ordered catering. Kyue Shirakawa. Is that a turnip? I actually don't know what vegetable that is. I thought turnips were like squat. I don't know what you call that dish, but I love it so much. Hey, get off the table, man. Think you're some sort of performer?
Here we go.
No, you ain't got the body for it.
Let's do this.
A daikon radish. Is that what they look like? You ever thought radishes were always like pink? I know nothing about vegetables, especially in different countries. Weak. Alright, we have enough for another laser, which is great. I might survive another hit with Kasuga, but Sarashiro attacks next. If the laser gets him though, we should be fine. I'm risking it for the biscuit. I'm going out with a bang. Alright, nuke the place. Ooh. I like to think that it's actually a different laser every time, because the power is so high that the concentrated beam of energy self-destructs. Nice! Die! Self-destructs the satellite every time. Kasuga has to go buy another one, and it's worth it. Every single time. Yo! Is that? Yo, look at the obtained items list. I got the Yakuza training gear. Oh, that's really good for leveling up. You can get one of those at the batting center if you spend like 1,000,000 points. No, I don't have to. I heard about this one.
ridiculous.
Oh, I'm gonna put that on
That's
somebody
going
real quick. Maybe on Nanba because he's been so far behind.
Look at me go.
I'm looking at you go, Adachi. I'm looking at you go. That does look like Daikon, but that one was kind of big. Only the highest quality. Here in Ijin show. Homegrown. What? Why are you laughing?
Captain, what the hell have you become?
You're not the man I went to jail for.
Sawashiro, I knew.
Figuratively or literally.
Just blindly follow orders. Not even the young masters. There's no excuse in the world that could justify killing Arakawa-san.
No kiss.
Yes, there is. To me, the young master's orders are law.
What happened to you,
My
man?
life's purpose is to protect him.
My life's purpose was to protect Arakawa-san.
I know that. I know that all too well.
Captain.
And just so you know, I didn't kill Arakawa-san.
I thought the young master ordered you to, because of me.
Who did?
He did order me to.
What?
But that was the only time I ever disobeyed one of his orders. I couldn't kill Masumi Arakawa. I can't explain it, but even as low as I've fallen, that was the one order I couldn't follow. How could I?
Because you couldn't put aside your respect for Arakawa-san.
Nobody can.
Oh, you think a Yakuza can't take out his own patriarch?
No, Arakawa's special.
That wasn't it.
No.
He built different, though.
The real reason was, and I've never told this to anyone, not even the young master.
So why are you telling me?
Just listen. The first time I saw Masumi Arakawa was only a short while before I swore my oath to him.
Sounds just like Kasuga.
I was 15. Just a dumb kid with no direction, no future.
Sounds just like Kasuga, but a year earlier. Well, we're getting a backstory now? I guess so that, you know, we've already fought him 3 times. Now we have to feel sad for him. Game, no. Game, don't do this to me. Get ready to cry.
Back when I was getting into fights on the streets of Kamurocho, I had no money. All I had waiting for me at home was my drunk father's fists.
God damn it. Come on. Come on.
The only people I could trust were the other guys who also had nothing.
Did Arakawa also
My
chop a
girl
pinky
was,
for him?
I can't even remember her name.
I'm sure he at least had his right pinky still.
Anyway, we shacked up and played house, even though we didn't really think it would last.
Nani?
By the time she told me she was pregnant with our child,
Wait, were you still 15 at this point?
it was too late for an abortion. What are we gonna do? We can't raise a kid. There's no way in hell.
15 with a grown adult's voice.
All we could do was pray she'd have a miscarriage.
The hell?
We just ignored her growing stomach, going about life pretending it wasn't there. No hospital visits or anything like that.
It's terrible. Wait, are you Ichiban's dad?
You can't ignore an actual baby. She ended up giving birth in a department store bathroom.
Don't tell me you left it in a soap.
on
Don't
her
be
own.
Ichiban's dad.
I was working at the time, laying asphalt, as I recall.
Freaking out of nowhere.
What now?
Just pretend it didn't happen.
No, that's
Brush it
no.
under the rug.
Wow, you
That's
can
what
even see
do
like
with
the.
secrets. That's how we dealt with stuff our whole lives. Who was there to teach us any other way? No one.
Holy shit, dude.
Which is why
Don't say so planned. Don't say so planned. Oh, another locker. Wait a minute. So, wait. So that wasn't So Arakawa's dream was the truth? Also, they just left the baby in there? No way. Masato is Sawashiro's
We're
kid?
going to hell, aren't we? I know it.
Why Why are you saying
So
that?
Nothing
Nothing happened, okay?
Ichiban really is Arakawa's son?
Let's go home.
No, I can't.
Wait!
I'm going back.
Wait,
Are
I
you
said...
serious? It's over. Just forget about it.
Last time I said that was bad writing, but now it's good.
I have to go.
What?
Stop. We took
The
care
locker
of it.
baby was Masato.
Let me go.
Arakawa thought it was his son. But he just happened to be there. By freak chance.
What?
So that means Akane
Open, you piece of shit. Open.
punched the locker for a baby that wasn't even his. Oh!
It's the locker. Does he know?
God damn!
Why else would he try to open it?
Johnny Young Bosch.
Did he
punch.
hear the baby in there? He had to, right?
Happened to be on the night. They left the baby in a locker.
This is my job.
You're screaming, I'm screaming!
Well, this might work out.
Sawashiro Yasakashiro.
Yeah, that guy will look after him.
That guy.
I understand. This is a
That
gift.
guy, you don't even know.
It's for the best.
15-year-old.
Hey, are you okay? God damn it!
I'm just SMHing, shaking my head. This was a lie. Unreliable narrator. We spent 90 hours in the game believing that. So can we just we can just kick Masato's ass now then, right?
So Arakawa-san took your baby. That means shit.
I really want it to be unclear
Masato Arakawa.
whether or not Ichiban is Arakawa's son.
Young master is your
I want it to never
son?
be confirmed.
The boss told you about that night, didn't he? New Year's Eve. His woman was being chased by the Hikawa family. They decided to hand off the baby using a locker. How could they have known that there would be another baby in the same row of lockers?
Okay.
What were the chances?
Man.
So you see how it happened?
All these locker babies?
Arakawa followed the sound of a baby's cries and pried open the locker.
Must have been the hot thing to do. Back in, what, the 80s?
5 years later, the mother of my child was out of my life. But Masumi Arakawa, he was still in Kamurocho.
They had to have come up with a better system
With
for
my
that in this
son.
time. Maybe that's why the whole "be my baby, going to war" thing happened. Some miscommunication. We need better care for babies. In this, our town of Ichijo.
That kid. I did some research on the man. Arakawa started his own Yakuza family at a pretty young age, so he was gaining some notoriety already. I found out a lot.
Damn.
Like how the kid in the chair had never been able to walk.
Bet you feel real guilty now.
Because of severe hypothermia he'd suffered when he was born.
Sweep the baby under the rug, you say?
Enough, Masato.
Why me? Why am I the only one who can't walk?
Oh.
Everyone else can. It's not fair.
I heard those words, and I swear they echoed in my head for months.
You can't disobey the young master.
Even
'Cause
if
he's
I
your
never
son.
had a son, the Yakuza path was my fate. It always had been.
The sad
I've been
guitar is
living
the
my
same
life
sad guitar
half-assed
every
for so
time.
long.
Do I change the sad command to play the guitar?
You want this?
Da,
There's no turning
da,
back
da, da.
once you've sworn an oath.
I'm sure.
I think I
Suddenly
will,
saw
actually.
another way. I could swear an oath to Masumi Arakawa.
Okay, then drink.
Arakawa the Assassin was his nickname then. He didn't fuck around.
Wow, thanks for the sake.
I get it now. I get why you swore loyalty to Arakawa. It wasn't because he was the legendary Arakawa the Assassin. That's what drew everyone else to Arakawa. But you swore your oath to be near the young master.
Oh, but this sad music's pretty good too.
Does he know any of this?
I told you, this is a secret I've never told anyone before. Honestly, I thought I would take it to my grave.
Then why did you tell me?
Because there's something I want to ask you.
Me?
How do you get your hair like
shoot.
that? Weird
Didn't
question to
you
ask, but
notice there's one crucial detail missing from that locker story?
Crucial detail?
what happened to the other baby?
Use your head. If Arakawa-san took my son out of the locker...
Do not.
Yeah.
Do not.
Good point.
Do not confirm that.
The boss
Shut up.
said his woman's
Shut
name
up.
was Akane.
Shut up.
And
Shut up.
before he
Shut
met
up.
her,
Shut up. Shut
she'd
up.
been
Shut up.
working
Shut
at a
up.
soap
Shut
opera
up.
called Shangri-La.
No.
Shangri-La?
No.
That's where I was born.
Dang, what a coincidence. Shut
So
up.
take this next part with a grain of salt. But here's my theory. On that night, New Year's Eve, Akane called Arakawa-san to tell him she was being hunted.
No.
She knew they'd find her at the maternity ward, so she left. But as soon as she did, she wanted to labor. She desperately needed to find a place to have her baby, where she wouldn't be found. So I think she may have gone to her old workplace.
Say it's only a theory.
Shangri-La.
It's only a theory. It's a game theory.
And, as you just said, that's where you were born.
Dang. Well, if only I knew.
You're
Must have
making
been
it
my
sound
brother.
like It can't be.
After the boss took the young master out of the locker,
Say it ain't so.
I saw another baby.
Thanks for the bits. I'm definitely not like this, and thanks for the bits, Kuga.
Long after all the fuss died down, she and I just stood there.
That's it, I'm done. That's it, I'm done. Game over.
Our doomed child had been saved. And now we had to just
They
move
cannot.
on.
They
I have to
cannot
admit,
top
I felt
this in
relieved.
this game. This story. It's done. It's done to me.
Couldn't
It's
see
dead
why
to
the
me.
Yakuza had been so desperate to save a baby. Sure,
Soap
maybe he
opera.
heard it crying. But why the desperation? And he didn't even call for help. It was such a fucking mystery. It gave me a headache. But a few minutes later,
No, you're not half-assing it. Now the game is.
Boss, is it one of these?
Like I don't think it's a bad thing. Just
Hurry! Open up every single one that isn't locked.
Okay.
I just didn't think they'd spin it like this. Another locker, baby, on the same night. Come on.
I don't know.
It was Ichiban. Oh my god, come on. Come on.
He's not here. Oh, gotcha.
Gotcha.
Boss, over here. I found him.
You sure it's him? Wait,
They were Locker Brothers.
if he's still here. that can only
Locker
mean
Brothers.
The handoff didn't go as planned.
So wow.
No way. There was another baby?
Twins.
What should we do?
Next door neighbors like Broly and Goku.
No.
Like
I need to hold
Broly
on
and
to him
Kakarot.
In case Akane comes back for him.
You think she's gonna make it? She said her life was in danger.
That name. Kakarot!
It was at that moment I realized. The other man had taken the wrong baby.
It was that moment I realized I fucked up. Ichiban and Masato are like a brothers. Ichiban survived in the locker just fine. Come on, Masato.
Baby.
Don't be such a baby.
In the locker,
Okay.
kept running.
Baby Ichiban.
Right up until the Hikawa family caught her.
How old is Sawashiro then?
She
I
told
guess
someone
15
she could
plus
trust
42.
about her baby in the locker, just in case.
57. Yes, 57.
I didn't recognize the two people that came to pick up the other baby. But if one of them was Jiro Kasuga, your foster father, owner of that soapland, then you're Masumi Arakawa's son.
All right, folks, pack it up. Pack it up.
Shut up, man. There's no way.
So, yeah, now
But
his
isn't
dad
there-
really is dead.
A DNA test would be a simple way to find out.
And just go
Without a
grab a
test,
swab from his
you'll never know for
corpse.
sure. Or if you think I'm talking out of my ass, just walk away.
Just double
Forget I
rubbing in the
told
fact that your adoptive actual dad is dead.
Hell no.
You think I'm going to just let you walk away after you killed the Seiryu clan's chairman?
Do as you
And
will to
Kasuga's
me.
dad?
I had no future then. I have no future now.
Why not?
Ryoaki told me to kill Arakawa, and I refused. He clearly already decided I was disposable
the
when he
K-Dad.
gave me this hit. Take out a chairman? Aoki wasn't expecting me to come out of this alive. All I am to him now is a third-rate hitman. My success or failure hardly matters.
Then, I need you to answer me, Captain. If you didn't kill Arakawa-san, who did?
I don't know for sure, but maybe Lieutenant Nishioda. He's the young master's favorite peon now, since Arakawa-san is dead.
Ew, peon.
Arakawa-san's death is on Nishioda, then.
Sawashiro, I still can't let you walk away. As much as I'd like to kill you myself, you need to pay for your sins the legit way.
Fate worse than death?
Pay for my sins. The legit way. That's not the way I've led my life.
Well, it's time you stop running, because you ain't getting away from this. I may have been working on that during the cutscene. I realized it sounded like it blended in with the cutscene. That's it. We're expressing sadness in a whole new way these days. Editing and commentating? Wow, this streamer does it all.
나오면 연락해.
What's up?
I need to breathe after this stream.
I found out
This is
who
too
gave us the
much.
tip about Chairman Hoshino being in danger.
Faster than your tears, well
It
it up.
was Sawashiro himself.
Ah.
What the hell?
Why would he give himself away?
To attract
To venture
us
a
to him.
guess, I don't think Sawashiro actually wanted to kill the chairman.
Maybe hoping.
What?
Hoping we'd get there
I
in
believe
time.
he was hoping you would stop him, Kasuga-san.
No.
But he couldn't say that outright, because it would have been betraying Aoki. So instead, he leaked his plan to kill Chairman Hoshino, and left his fate in your hands.
Just like Char leaking the plans for the Psycho
That
frame.
means we failed. We didn't stop him.
Late yet again. He expected him.
You always meet such impossible demands of me.
Oh. Even when he's working against him, he was still working with him. Okay, I realize it's really confusing to have that be the sad sound now when I'm playing this game, because it just sounds like it's coming from the game. I'm keeping it though. Time and time again, can't we do anything right? This game. We chapter 14 yet, please? That was a short chapter, but oh, okay. I feel like we're in it. I feel like we might even finish the game next time we stream it. I'm not done yet, but I'm not ending for today because I want to see how much of chapter 14 there is. When you constantly late for everything. Oh, don't give me that face, yellow Pikachu. It's okay. I thought that was one of you guys doing the command. I had to double check chat. I'm confusing myself now. The game is doing it. Eternal sadness.
It was at that moment I realized the other man had taken the wrong baby.
Wrong baby.
Then you're Masumi Arakawa's
Masato was the one crying. Ichimon was just fine. He was all cozy, wrapped up in there. See, they coated him in a fine layer of soap before they put him in the locker, and it acted like as a barrier to the cold.
40 years ago.
You know, all those like lipid bonds acting like a shield.
Akan is there, and she's about
Science,
to
look
give
it
birth
up.
to her baby. She gives birth in Shangri-La. In the dream, it's Masato who ends up being born in that soap land.
Or maybe the other way around.
Arakawa-san. No, I was his son all along.
It lines up with the opening title. I saw it, I didn't internalize what it was though.
Damn it. Why'd he... Fucking damn it!
Oh, you can see it in his body language. He doesn't know what to do with himself. All but fetal position, rocking back and forth.
Hey,
Locker Brothers.
What's going on with you, man? Everyone's worried. I am too.
Don't be. I just gotta settle something.
What? With who?
Ryo Aoki. Who else?
Brother!
We don't even know where he is.
Get Kume to tell me. Where is the bastard? He'll know.
Okay. My guess is he's probably giving a speech somewhere. Maybe he's at the Bleach Japan office?
Yeah, most likely the Hakuryo building. So that's where we're going.
Casier.
Don't mind me, just looking up the French word for locker. Les enfants casiers.
Casier.
Ah yes, Masato and Ichiban, the products of the Les Enfants Casiers project. The Locker Children. Destined to be the sons of the big boss, Arakawa himself.
Yo, Kasuga-kun. We were just gonna call you.
Wait a minute. Just waiting, holding on. If you guys are in an ad, please tell me. Not that you'll hear, because you're in an ad and you can't hear me. I'll just type it.
Not that they'll admit it.
Are they just staring at us?
Yeah, and more of them keep showing up. I don't like this.
Yeah, I don't think they like us much either.
Great. Then we all want the same thing.
To die.
Hey,
Kasuga.
we're leaving. Let's just stay out of each other's
At least they took the
way.
time to take down those posters.
I'm going through a lot of stuff right now. Don't fuck with me.
But I'm coming through.
Oh, no. This guy's gotta get his legs punched out immediately.
Nice. We're skipping
Hell
right
hath no
to the
fury.
good part.
Like an Ichiban scorned.
Quit gawking and bring it on
He's got all
already.
this pent-up aggression. Alright, thank you for the raise, little delicious. Surprise! I didn't even know you streamed. Hold on, let me give you that follow back. What's going on? How's it going, Raiders? How are you doing? What were you playing? Genshin Impact. Ooh, gotcha, Impact. Pretty good. Pretty good. Hope you all had a good time. If you like Japanese RPGs, well, actually, Genshin Impact, was that made in Japan? Was it made in Korea, maybe? I'm not entirely sure. MiHoYo is the name of the place, right? Name of the company? They are Chinese. Okay. Well, if you like RPG games, well, this is Yakuza Like a Dragon, latest in the series, and we've been playing it for over 100 hours now, I believe. At least 90-something. Yeah, we're really late in the game. We're on the second to last chapter. We'll probably finish it next time we play. we are in laking cutscenes. We just had a big revelation, and we are very sad. Very sad. We are very, very... Chapter 14 had an alternate sound? Hold on, let me see this again. How was the stream, y'all? See how much of Chapter 14 there is? Passing the torch to the new Arakawa. Does that mean I'm like entitled to the family? Well, maybe not, because their Yakuza family doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, a lot of stuff happens in this game if you know anything about the Yakuza series. Little Delicious, what's up? Thanks for the raid. Everybody, Nalduz, welcome. Here, take my eggs. I don't need them anymore. I got nothing to live for. Also, thanks for the clip, Roxas. I Bacon Nom, welcome. Yeah, this game's really good. This game has surprisingly good music. The writing, off the charts. You, like, right out the bat, you feel for all these characters and you realize that nobody's really evil. They're just working towards their own goals. They may not align with each other's, and it's all black and white when it comes to, or it's all gray when it comes to whether or not anybody's doing the right thing. And in the end, everybody's just sad. Everybody's just sad. I don't do a good job of summarizing stories because I feel the need to describe everything that happens. But yeah, I recommend it. It's actually one of my favorite games of 2020. One of my favorite RPG stories. I played a lot of RPGs in 2020 if I think about it. Played Origami King, the original Paper Mario, Final Fantasy VII Remake. It was definitely the year of RPGs, I will say. Here's what I'm gonna do though. I think for this year, I'm gonna make it the year of retro. We've been playing Mega Man games recently. If you guys don't know me, I play a lot of RPGs and Nintendo games. I'm gonna try to lean towards Nintendo in the more upcoming months. We'll see. Especially what's coming up. What's coming up soon. Hope you had a good stream, Little Delicious. Genshin, you know, pretty good. When Pikachu lost Ash in the Mew versus Mewtwo battle. That's the big feels. Bring the sad guitar in. Bring the giant orbital lasers. Yeah, this is the kind of game where you can cry over your in-game dead, and then fire a giant laser to cope with your stress. Yeah. Well, yeah. How's everybody doing tonight?
Right.
I don't know what to say about this game. I've not played the Yakuza series before this, really, except a little bit of Zero. I think this is a great place to come into the series because they try to keep the story pretty much separate. They'll give you details. I forgot that was an invisible guy.
Come on.
Got him. Guarded. They give you details that you need to know without going too far in them. Like, oh, this many years ago, there was a war between this Yakuza faction and that Yakuza faction. And even though that actually happened in one of the games, like, all you needed to know is that, oh, my cousin's brother-in-law was involved in that fight, and that's why I'm here today. It's a fun little nod and also backstory.
Hey.
That's the coolest special you've seen in a game like this. They go all out with it. You should see the summons. You should see the summons. There's like a chicken and a masochist and a sumo wrestler and a guy with a baby diaper and a crayfish. Korean K-drama actor.
Hey, Ichiban, is dealing with the Omi Alliance just gonna be our lives now?
They're gonna run out of Omi Alliance members someday, right?
There's no end to them.
Okay.
I don't mind taking hits right now. Charging forward without having to think about it is a nice change of pace. That's one way of looking at it. I guess we'll just keep it up until we find Kume. Most elections don't end with one candidate kicking in the other's door.
Well, nobody runs like Kasuga. No way.
If this was an honest election, then Arakawa-san and Chairman Hoshino would still be alive. You're right. Let's go.
Ooh! Summon this. I would love a cow summon. Cow and chicken. Where's my campaign van? Yo, did someone jack it? Hello? Yeah, by the way, in the story, we're also running for representative of the region of Kanto, I'm supposing. Basically, senator of this part of Japan. Yeah, it's a long story. Very long story. More fights. But yeah.
Try this.
If you guys gotta go to sleep, ain't no problem. I understand it's pretty late. But we're gonna be winding down here. We just hit the 3-hour mark. That's usually where I try to decide, am I gonna continue the story or am I just gonna, you know, faff about? It almost feels wrong though to be playing minigames right now. There's a couple, there's like a handful of some loose strings, but I don't know if now's the right time to do them. There's like a minigame where we count people, and then we could also go kart racing, I guess. Maybe that's what Kasuga does to distract himself. Oh man, my dad died. Also, I found out he was my dad. Also, I'm going kart racing. Guess we'll make our way towards there. Yeah, well... Anybody who's played this game before, can you... Anybody know how much story content is left? If I did nothing but go straight through the battles... You know what actually is the perfect thing to do right now? Take a taxi all the way to Osaka. For only $6. We'll go back to the battle tower. I think it'll be the perfect way to grind. Some more levels, get some nice rewards. I'm doing it. 2 streams, maybe 3? Okay. Then we'll still schedule next week, like I did this week, 3 streams of Yakuza Like a Dragon. If you guys like retro games, I am going to be playing through Mega Man 2 tomorrow. Just a playthrough, no like special, Buster only, or perfect weakness only run. I'm just gonna play it the way I usually do. And if you know Mega Man 2, that means getting the Metal Blade and kicking ass. Wrecking face, beating it in like, I don't know, 3 hours speedrun. And you know what, that's a perfect little pick-me-up, I think, to end the week off with. Man, it's so weird to be in Osaka in the day. I actually been to this street in real life. Sotenbori in the game. It's called Dotonbori in real life. I don't know what the reason for the name change. If there's a copyright or something. No copyright law in the universe is gonna stop me! I could be the new voice of Sonic. Sega, think about it. 69 more streams. Nice. Colonel. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, if you like the music in Eugene show for the battle themes, listen to this. You guys like Cowboy Bebop? Let's get everybody in the stuff together. All right, 3, 2, 1, let's jam. Get the bike! Didn't even need the follow-up attack. Shake down her Hoshi. Oh, she...
Here we go.
Follow up my own follow-up. And then he follows it up. Zwasha, thanks for the follow. Yeah, we're winding down. If you guys are here for the main story, I think we're calling it because I think people are getting a bit sleepy. I'm not going to stop playing. I'm going to see what comes next in the battle arena. We're probably under-leveled for it. I'm just going to go through as many floors as I can comfortably go through without having to use like recovery items. Speaking of which, I'm gonna stock back up on these. Don't discount items in RPGs that heal only like a little bit of HP and MP, because sometimes per MP point, they're more efficient than the bigger items. So, you know, use them to heal up in between fights. Use them to just, you know, stock up so you don't have to waste your high potions or anything like that. That's what I like to do. So there's a famous crab restaurant in Osaka. Let's eat in the game and let's see how expensive it is. Look at this, 90 bucks for a crab kaiseki fugetsu. Fancy course with 2 types of crab meat, crab egg custard. Crab egg custard. I don't know if I like that. Like, you make custard from regular eggs, right? Because it's got yolk, but can you... Crab eggs? Do they mean it's made for the crab eggs, or do they put the crab eggs in... I don't... Same. Oh, nice. You've been to Osaka. It is a fantastic place. This street in particular, it's the place to go for, like, all the street food. Dude, if you ate all this food in real life, you would explode. 70,000. It's expensive, but I bet the effect is really good. Look at how much HP it heals. Me. What do I get? Evasion up! I like it. You're gonna be super evasive at this restaurant. If you don't know this series, you can buy every food item at a restaurant to make sure you get every combo. So then next time you come, you only have to buy one of the combos. Let's go, let's go. Ooh. Hi. Yeah, I'm thinking it's just egg custard with crab. I don't think actual crab eggs have the consistency for that kind of stuff. If you're new to the stream, I like to play a lot of RPGs and Nintendo games. We're we're off the cuff of a big story event in the game, so we're reeling. I'm trying to process everything going on. Like, if you know the story, you probably know where I'm at. Betrayal. Like, we've been likening it to a soap opera this whole time.
You're in court now.
And that's what it very much is. I was also talking to Kamen Rider. He had noticed that the story kind of follows the tropes of a lot of, like, martial arts movies where... Or maybe not martial arts, but just, like, these Japanese movies where it's always, like, the homeless, the poor, the underdog hero rising up to fight against, like, the empire, the ruling party, the emperor. Because this game follows this pattern where, like, you were part of the quote-unquote royal family. You used to be part of the Yakuza. You go to jail and all of a sudden it's gone on without you. So you were left with nothing. Everything taken from you. Literally homeless. Not a yen to your name. This isn't the battle arena. Sorry, Psycho. Not a yen to your name. You just gotta work up the ranks. Become a business leader. Become a part-time hero. Find some cats. Take pictures of some Kappa statues. Play some baseball. Play some golf. Go go-kart racing. And eventually train to become the strongest. You found me on recommended. Walked in as you're doing the reveal. Couldn't even speak. Ooh, sorry if that was a spoiler for you. But, you know, that's just how it goes. I was tempted. I was tempted to put the title of this stream because we found out last time. No more dead, now we sad. But I always gotta think about, like, there's friends who are also playing through this game who are, I don't want to spoil them. I want to see their reactions, because they're also streaming through this. And also anybody who may just be looking at the game for the first time. They might get spoiled by the title. Like, I take the precautions. I am pretty sensitive to spoilers myself.
Hope you're ready.
Not that I, like, get angry or am devastated by spoilers. I'm just like, I know in this internet-connected world, you kind of have to be careful. You kind of have to set boundaries and rules, or else the spoilers will just happen naturally. And you have to enforce them strictly. Which makes me sound like one of those people like, you say a single spoiler, you're banned! I'm just like, if I don't say that, then people will say them all willy-nilly, even if I warn them not to. But all things considered, welcome to the stream. Try to create a comfy atmosphere, even despite that. You've seen many play, never plan to play yourself. Oh, so you're getting like bits and pieces. Well, that's fun. I recommend looking at a full playthrough. On my YouTube channel. No, you don't have to. But I am putting all my VODs up on there. If you want. If you want. I'm not gonna link it. I feel kind of dirty if I link it. Like I'm shilling. Yuppie! This is the Sotenbori Battle Arena! Will you participate? Would you like me to take you there? Oh, I need to save. And if I just saved, we need to save again. Bum, bum, bum. Kamen Rider's got the deets on what crab egg custard is. Crab meat in a bowl. You add egg custard. Okay, thank goodness. Add dried seaweeds, let's skin, sesame seeds, dried shiitake mushrooms. So I'm guessing it's supposed to be more like a meal and not dessert. So maybe it's egg custard, but you don't add the sugar. So it's more of like a pastry. I am fascinated by all the different types of like Asian foods, because I never really got to eat that many different kinds when I was a kid, despite being Filipino and a quarter Chinese. My parents could not really cook. And they always like stuck to what they knew as far as restaurants. So they never really experimented. It wasn't until last year, I guess the year before that, that they even tried, say, Greek food. After I recommended it to them after having it here in LA. Alright, so we're doing the Battle Tower. It's 30 floors of fun. They got checkpoints. It's kind of like the Battle Towers in Pokemon. We're on 26th. That's the highest we've gotten so far. I didn't die to anybody here. I just saved progression for later because I know these guys are harder. So look at this. Level 55 to 56. They got like divers and whatnot. Kamen Rider's gonna get some crab meat and make it. I'd love to see it. Tell me how it is. Dusty Kuga was like that for Persona 4. Watching it piecemeal. I do have a playthrough of Persona 4 Golden going through since when it came out on PC. Haven't played it in a while, since like last November. Because this game came out, and I didn't want to play two RPGs at the same time. I don't like that Psycho goes second. She's the healer. I wanted to go after people who take damage. Brainwashed. You know, after you get a good kick to the face, you wonder where your true alliances lie, huh? Hey, 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 hey! Bring the dance! Heroes, gyros. I know they actually say gyros in like New York. Giga swing! If you're trying something new, you have to be surprised and not be told what's made to the meal is finished. Oh, that's a good way to think about it. I've said this before, but when I was a kid, my parents would just never tell me what was in the food they were giving to me. Because a lot of Filipino food is made of questionable things. Ah! Not that questionable. Not that questionable.
Oh, come on.
And it led to me, like, finding out a lot of my favorite foods that I would probably not try today if I had known what they were made of. Don't ask what the new Gohan is, but do though. There's a reason behind it. Yeah, you like to try it for yourself, let yourself make your own opinions, and not be influenced by preconceived notions. I'm all for that. Basically why I try to stream games without spoilers.
Let's go.
I know a lot of people have different, ideas out there of what they want out of the game. Even like some of the prevailing attitudes out there about JRPGs in particular. They'd rather want to know about all the cool stuff up front, so that when they experience it in the game, they can just they can learn what the context is later. I was talking about this last time. Look at the box art for any Persona game, and you will just immediately get spoiled about who the party members are. Even though the game is like, hey, there's this mysterious person, we don't know anything about them, not even their name, but why do they have a character portrait and a voice and are on the box?
Good to be back.
Could it mean they're importante? It does. It does mean that.
Take this.
You didn't learn till later on that cabeza tacos were cow brains. Head tacos? Head tacos. That's an interesting name for them. Takenaka is going next. I'm on half health. I don't need to heal, but I don't want to die. I'm gonna use one of these.
I'm not backing down.
Bring it on.
Come on now.
Interesting that the main character has a healing move.
Thank you.
Maybe we don't need a healer anymore. I'm pretty much all the support we need. At this point, I've grown used to Psycho being in the party, though. Dun, 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 dun. She does have these status heals. Get you out of stun. You thought, like, these are amazing. Mid-bite, really? Did it take you somewhere for, like, pig ears? Bite down, get cartilage, insta-sick at the thought. Yeah, that's the new Gohan for me. That is what the new Gohan is. It's made of, like, pig cartilage and tendons and connective tissue and the blood. Sorry if that may have grossed anybody out, but there was a lot of blood on this stream today. That's probably the least of it. Just describing it.
Bring it on. Watch me.
2 enemies left. Fatal Rush! You worked overnight, breakfast sandwiches. They had pig ear sandwiches? Huh. I'd like to know where that is. Where you get those kind of food. Did like your coworker make them themselves, or got them from somewhere? Good thing they made the right call and let you try it first. Mississippi. MISSISSIPPI. Interesting. It must be pretty late over there. You rock at these enemies like. Oh god, wait, no. I thought I healed myself. They just do a lot of damage. See. Okay, I've won that fight before, just I wasn't paying attention. That's what I'm saying. If I want to grind, I probably have to go through the lower floors first. Might as well. I didn't do this on stream last time, so you guys get to see it. We'll go through floor 21 through 25. You get to see the boss of that area. It's fun. It's basically a repeat of an earlier boss. Yeah. A repeat of an earlier boss, and he's just coming out of nowhere. Fight!
How exciting. Well,
You tried frog legs. I've always wanted to try them. Since I was in health class in high school. Everybody knows like the standard thing they do in health class is dissect frogs. Well, they're supposed to vivisect frogs. We only did dissections. We dissected frog legs and then a baby pig. This is just gross stream, isn't it? Rated M+ for a reason. This guy's got some huge meat.
You're gonna be in a world of hurt.
Come on, hit 2 people. Just one. Thinking it was chicken. That's what I thought. I think I remember the teacher saying when we were dissecting the frog legs. You ever try them? They sound like they taste like chicken. Chicken. Pretty good. We do advocate for the eating a chicken on the stream despite the chicken theme. I mean, how can you not? So good. I had some fried chicken for lunch today. Chicken karaage curry, to be precise. There's this chicken karaage place by me, delivers. I've been craving curry, but the local curry restaurants don't deliver unless you order a whole bunch of them. So, I just wanted one serving. I ended up getting curry just from the karaage restaurant. It's pretty good. There's only one kind, but it's good.
Here we go.
Alright, we'll heal.
Try this on the side. Give it your all.
There's not a lot of ingredients that surprise Kamen Rider. Same. If I'm ever surprised by ingredients, it's more like I'm surprised where you get them, rather than them being ingredients. They told you what the froglets were after the meal. You tried them again. I would try them. I think. Let's go with the Ana battle. At this point, they're actually still higher level than us, but I don't doubt we can take them on. Okay, Jungi, punch the dude with the most health instead of taking out people that will attack us.
Right.
That's good strategy. No, it's not. Bop. Dissected a squid, cooked the tentacles. Calamari, squid, or octopus? Calamari is squid. Just speaking of tricky ingredients. If you get calamari, sometimes it's not squid.
Watch me.
But actually part of a pig that is also a ring. That's all I'll say.
You're in for it now.
This is a stream where everybody just... Normally I'm a stream where everybody gets hungry. I think this one's the one... This is the one that's gonna make everyone puke.
You're gonna get
stomped. All kinds of things that are common to Filipino street food. There's a supermarket chain in California. I'm in California, by the way. Called Seafood City. It's a Filipino market. Sometimes they have these restaurants on the inside. One of them is called Grill City, which is like a... They serve just street food, like things on kebabs, and everything's fried. Fried fish, fried various animals and meats. Quail egg on a stick? Oh, if you ever find like a night market that has Filipino food, try the kwek kwek. That's not weird. That's just fried quail eggs on a stick, on a little kebab. Now that's delicious. They got this little like sauce for it. It's kind of sweet and savory. That's the good stuff. You have a habit of changing the themes? No, we talk about whatever on this stream, especially when it's winding down. Yeah, glad you found the place. No swapping members during battle. I don't do that anyway. Win within 5 turns. I'm not gonna do that. Threatening men. Go. I love these enemy designs. Tinkersmen, they're like mad scientist inventors. Akita, Nagasawa.
Take this.
I'm not really paying as much attention to the names of the enemies. I think they're all randomly generated. Earlier on, we had some really thematic names. I think for like more of the scripted battles. There's one where you fight Sujimons. They're all Sujimons, but the game like justifies it as being a Pokemon battle. So at the beginning, you have to pick whether you want to fight the red one, green one, or the blue one. Like you're picking your Pokemon starter. Doesn't matter, you fight them all anyway. But then from there, you notice that each person is named after their color. The red one's named like Akai. The blue one's name is Aoyama. The green one's named like Midori Kawa or something.
Watch me.
The Japanese words for red, green, and blue respectively. Hopefully this... There you go. That guy lit some dynamite, so he's gonna... He was just gonna throw that if he didn't interrupt him. Or kill him. Great vibing. We do like to vibe here.
Here we go.
Vibing before bed. Best time.
I got this.
Dude. Get out of that shell. Pepe has to thanks for the follow.
Good time.
Oh, I forgot. I'm doing a thing where I'm not calling names out loud. Sometimes people don't want to chat. That's okay. I don't mean to call you out. We're just here for a good time, y'all. We're grinding up in the game because we're a little... I think we might be underleveled. We're technically lower level than the bosses we're fighting right now. But we're still, like, managing through the fights pretty easy. Like, the story in this game is 10 out of 10 fantastic, but I find it hard to give the overall game a rating. Because after all said and done, the regular RPG mechanics are just normal. They're not bad, they're just standard RPG.
Good.
For this game as a whole of this series, it's fresh. Because no other game is an RPG in this series. But besides that, like, there's no trick to the battle system like, say, Persona and the weaknesses. It's just, you have a health bar. You fight in turns. There's weaknesses, sure, but you don't really have to use them.
Let's play. Well,
I'd say if they have a chance with the next Yakuza game to really mix it up, find something that really clicks when it comes to the RPG battle system. I'd say they'd have things. They'd have something really special.
Bring it on.
That move is always so hard to time. You have to press triangle basically right when she starts her wind up. Cut the guy.
I got this.
Da, 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 da. You find it funny.
I'm not backing down.
You lead the conversation opposite. I'm just trying to go somewhere fresh. I'm glad. I'm happy. I'm happy that you're bringing a new perspective.
I'm getting stronger.
Go.
What I usually do is I come up with like a little topic list to talk about during stream. It usually consists of gaming news, but I feel like there hasn't been much to talk about in the last few days. That's probably like completely wrong. I could go to like a gaming news website right now and find a headline that like, oh yeah, I did read that, didn't I? And then let's see. I'm going to random nondescript website, and I'm not even telling you which one it is because I feel like every gaming website out there is going to get somebody angry. Like you go to this one, oh, that's the site with the bad journalists that don't know how to play games. Oh, so all of them. Oh, here's one. Did you guys know that Levi's is collaborating with Pokemon to bring official Misty shorts? Like the denim jeans that Misty wears in the Pokemon anime? Like, why now? I know she made a cameo in one of the latest series. But okay. You know what? They're just capitalizing. I'm bleeding. Everyone's bleeding. So much blood. I think all these collaborations are capitalizing on the fans that were kids back in the 90s. Now they're adults with disposable income.
Bring it on.
You notice there's like a big trend to opening Pokemon cards these days? I wonder how much money Nintendo's making off of that. Or Pokemon, the Pokemon Company, I believe, is in charge of Pokemon cards right now. Back in the 90s, they were made by Wizards of the Coast, same as Magic the Gathering cards. The very first Pokemon cards were printed on Magic the Gathering card backs. Little did you know. I mean, you probably could have expected that. That was like one of their test prints. Somewhere out there in the world, unless they destroyed it, exists a Blastoise card with a Magic the Gathering back. That's funny to think about. Brave. If you could invent a superpower, something you'd not see in shows, comics, and games, what would it be? Your friend said you'd fart on demand. Is that a superpower? I thought that was normal. I'd say the power. So, this is actually something I answered for Tomodachi Life. Or, no, what was that mobile game? Me something? Like, Nintendo made this mobile game where you make your Mii, maybe import it from somewhere, and then it just asks you questions, and you just add friends on the app, and then your Mii will reveal those answers and whatnot. I forgot that was an interesting app. I don't know why they stopped it. Oh god. Oh god. Oh, he's gonna go next, huh? Oh.
I'll push my limits.
I'm gonna see if Psycho moves next.
You're gonna be in a
Take
world.
this. Try this.
I would think I'd make the power to create like this pocket universe world where you could just simulate anything you're about to do. Like make a copy of the current world and just test.
Oh, come on.
Like, oh, I'm stressing out of the math test I'm gonna have tomorrow. Am I gonna do good? Then you can just like make a copy of the world, take the test, and then see if you're gonna do good. If you don't, then reload back to your current world and then study more. I guess the power to save and load then. Power to save and load in real life like a video game, but that used to be a novel concept, and then Undertale happened. I'd always thought if I ever made a video game, I'd skip the turn of the healing person. I'm just gonna really quickly eat a bento lunch because I'm very embarrassed now.
I'm not back yet.
Where's that? Half? No. The one that heals everybody.
Bring it on.
I know I've got it. Somewhere. Here we go. Luxury. Special lunchbox. Tamagotchi. I'd always thought I'd make a game around the concept of like the enemies know that you can save and load. Not just like change dialogue depending on it, but like it's canonically the ability in the game. And it would use it in special ways, like Undertale does.
This could be better.
Give different endings, acknowledge that you're trying to cheese your way through a decision, and maybe the moral of one of the roots of the story is
Do something.
sometimes you can't cheat your way through these kinds of things. I skipped the healing person's turn again.
Gotta do something about this.
In a sense, that's also time travel, a little bit.
Huh?
Maybe also the power to be the master of your little pocket universe. Gotta try to do something that'll. Oh wait, I have a heal on this guy. What am I doing? Down, 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 down. They'll be celebrating the Pokemon anniversary. Oh yeah. It feels like just yesterday they were celebrating the Pokemon 20th anniversary. Now they're doing 25th anniversary. It is a weird time to be celebrating anniversaries because I feel like all the work that would have normally gone to do it is kind of on the down low, on the wayside right now. But it is the anniversary of not only Mario last year, but Zelda this year, Pokemon this year, 35th versus 25th. Or 40th, however long ago it was. Congratulations, additional reward. Thank you. You take no clip. That's a fun one. Just video game cheats in real life. I'd just be scared to no clip. In the same way that I'd be scared to have actual time travel. Because what happens if you travel to a time where, say, oh, this many million years ago, there was a mountain where you once stood. Are you going to just clip into the mountain? I like the way they solved it in My Hero Academia. Where if, for some reason, your power causes you to clip into a wall and you deactivate the power, you just get rocketed upwards until you occupy a space you can. You know what would be really scary, though? If, like, Lemillion... That's the guy in My Hero Academia that can, like, phase through walls and stuff. Let's say you had a room that had a boulder inside, and the boulder took up most of the space in the room. So the way his power works, if he's in something solid, when he turns off his power, he just shoots up into the air. If he goes inside the boulder and then deactivates his power, he's gonna shoot up out of the boulder, but then immediately smash into the ceiling? Ouch! It'd suck even more if there's only like an inch of space in between the ceiling and the boulder. His entire body would just get... I don't like it. I don't like the implications of a lot of the powers. It just works better if you don't think about it sometimes. I gotta heal. Ba ba da da. Ba da da da. Ba ba da da. 25th floor. I believe this is the boss, and if you can see it back there, there's the excavating machine. Let's go. BRB, you won't be ending. Oof. I probably actually will be ending soon. Sorry, Zuasha, but thanks for coming on by. It's not you, I'm just, watch me. I'm just winding down, and I don't think there's much story stuff I can start right now without going too far into it. Hey, but have a good night. Get those puppies walked. And hope to see you again soon. Tomorrow I'm going to be playing Mega Man 2, so
You're gonna get stomped.
watch out for that. Nameless Inversion, what's up? It's the Scorpion Sentinel! Scorpion! Welcome on in, how's it going? Yeah, we're just going through the battle tower to do a little bit of grinding, because we're at a point in the story, we are like right at the end of the game. We got through a chapter at least on stream, so I'm happy with that. There's not much else to do. There's not really any more side quests popping up. I wonder how many of my moves will be super effective on the digging machine. Look at how much damage that did. These used to be hard. Phoenix Blade? Resist. Will it take a laser? Watch, this just immediately obliterates it. Ooh, that's like a third of its health. Ow. That's unfortunate. Alright. Jungi's got increased attack. How much does a little old taser do? 800. That was after doubling my attack, so I don't know about that.
You're gonna get stomped.
Lowers defense, even though it's almost dead. I should have done that last time. Oh, it's done. Excavator defeated. Decided to take you with me on mobile. Nice, I hope I don't use too much of your data.
Yes! I did it!
No fanboys raving with the excavator, not this time. No. I hope as one of the last, like, 3 fights, we fight the giant Roomba again. Sojimaru! Kamen Rider ended up, oh, that's what we should also do. But I'll do it off stream. I'm gonna head back to the sewer so you guys know what I'll be doing off stream. But for the most part, this is the last Yakuza stream for this week. So, let me take a taxi all the way back to Tokyo, basically, Yokohama. It's not the same city, but right next to each other in the real life. There's the sewer dungeon, never even touched it again. I think we deserve a little bit of time there. Wi-Fi, baby! Ah! Caro, what's up? It's been a hot minute. Hope you've been getting some good work done. Yeah, we're near the end of this game. The story has been amazingly emotional. Revelations upon revelations. Secrets
reveal to us.
Things that sound like they're straight out of a soap opera, but I can't help but be into it. Dramatic irony. Da, 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 da. If I like that kind of thought with time travel and physics stuff, check out Magic 2.0 books. Magic 2.0? Something tells me that has nothing to do with Magic the Gathering. Is that like trying to mix magic and science together? Sounds like a recipe for disaster. Also, it sounds like a delicious recipe.
You were close to blowing up the universe with a paradox. I told you not to mess with Palkia and Dialga.
Da, 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 da. So that is over here. Da, 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 da. There's a reason soap operas are popular. I never thought I'd be into one. I hope you're having a good night, Carl. It's almost time for me to wind down. Let's just see what this sewer's all about. It's gonna be really sad if the sewer enemies are still like level 15. No 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 no. I gotta find a place to duck into for safety. Ichiban Confections. What's up, Tomei? Still running the shop? It's really weird because this isn't our office headquarters, but Omelet's still here. You can't start business, but I miss this place already. Look, all the crackers that have probably gone stale. And the fridge. I miss this fridge. And the money fridge, also known as a safe. Wow. I want there to be a little drawing on here. Like magneted to the fridge of Kasuga with like the kid in the commercial. Ichiban Senbei. Soul Sapphire's gotta head to bed. Hey, we're about to end pretty much soon too, so have a good night, Soul. Thanks for coming on by. On multiple raids too. It's been a good time. Sleep well, okay? And stay clucky. Wait a minute! We just got another raid at this moment in time. Again, once again, when I'm about to end. Wow, what time? What time? Alright, Rex, I see what you're saying about Magic 2.0. Huh. Oh, people going back in time, posing as wizards. You know, I had a similar story to that, but it's a little, like, sacrilegious? You can probably guess where I'm going with that. Oh, you won't be easy to get out once you get in there? I'm gonna save first. Not Real Eric, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Real bit bonk. You're playing more Banjo-Kazooie. How's it going? Welcome, welcome, welcome. You guys doing good? You guys pretty sleepy? Having a good night? Are you guys in the middle of an ad? Tell me if anybody got the Jack in the Box chicken sandwich. Oh my god, what the hell? Everybody teleporting. Tell me if anybody got the Jack in the Box new chicken sandwich chicken dance ad. Because that's how I know they're targeting y'all. You come into the chicken stream, you get a chicken. Oh yeah, they're so low level. You get a chicken ad. How's it going? How many raids have I had? A lot today. A lot.
Here we go.
Thursdays are some of my busiest days when it comes to streams. I don't know, that's just how people's schedules work out, I guess. I think a lot of people take their break days on Thursdays. Me, I'm just doing my normal stuff. Welcome to the stream. If you don't know me, I like to play RPGs and Nintendo games, and those are typically not voiced. So I will narrate, I will read the text boxes in whatever voice I so wish. Sometimes I give them silly voices like Solid Snake. Sometimes I copy the voice in the game! Despair! You prefer the purple screen of greed over ads. Purple screen of greed. Is that what happens when an ad blocker tries to block the ad? The way that Twitch has been doing ads recently, I haven't found a way to actually block them. They're clever. They're clever. They put the ad directly into the stream. So it's hard for an ad blocker to be like, oh yeah, okay, I've seen the ad, give me the real stream. Because then Twitch's servers are like, no you didn't. Don't lie. It's sneaky. It's sneaky. The best that ad blockers can do, I believe. This is my opinion as a programmer. My educated guess, rather. That, well, the only thing they know is that an ad is playing, so they just give a purple screen to hide it until then. Nukabe, what's up? Welcome back. Welcome back. You seem to always be up late. It looks like you have a late schedule. Well, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Ooh. Destructible barrier. Yes, please. Love it. Welcome to the grinding stream. We're just running through this underground dungeon. I probably will do this off screen to do some grinding. But the thing is, we were able to do this since a long time ago in the game, and I forgot about it. So we're heading back to see what's down here. As you can see, they're not doing too much damage anymore. You work 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. Oh, you're at work right now? Oh, so you just got a nice schedule. You're off. I got it. Dang. Well, about that nightlife. Heck yeah. Grobit's going to bed. Have a good night, Grobit. Thanks for coming along on the raid. Hope it was a good time. Not real Eric, if you're there, if you can hear me, give us a sign. Give us a sign. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I don't know if people are coming in on a raid. Are they like waiting for me to stop talking? Can they even hear me? Because when somebody raids on in to another stream, I don't know if maybe they didn't open the tab in time, they got an ad. But welcome on in, everybody.
Should I open it?
Hope the stream went well. Whatever Not Real Eric was doing in the Banjo-Kazooie. I know last time you got through 4 worlds.
Should I open it?
It's not a long game, even if you're trying to 100% it. To be sure, so
should I open it?
I would only imagine the next time you play, you're close to the end. Ooh, we got keys for the golden saves too.
Sweet.
Probably not an item that's worth it. Broken microphone. We have one of those already. 10,000 yen. That's nothing to us now. Totally never watched New Laurel Lurkin. I'm all about that work stream life. To be honest, it's been distracting me. I've been trying to get more work done these days. Especially since we've had performance reviews just this past few weeks ago. And it really made me think about how much I'm not getting done at work. I'm behind on a project technically, but I'm not in a bad place with it. I did do some good work on it today. I was gonna work on it a little bit after stream. Meaning till maybe like 2 a.m. We'll see how far I get. Caro had to restart your laptop because audio be like. Was the audio like high pitched? Because if that happens on Twitch, that's been happening to me. All you got to do is refresh. You miss California, born and raised in San Diego. Nice, SoCal. That's where they had TwitchCon last time, which is now 2 years ago. I went there, met with a lot of friends, like Nukabe. Me and grew up for tacos. It was good. They were good. They were delicious. I'm in Los Angeles myself. Not born in it. Not molded by it. I didn't see LA till I was a man. Born in it. Molded by it. But I have been in SoCal pretty much my whole life. You get that. You've been trying to be super focused. Next month is gonna suck dumpster fires. That's how it'd be at work, though. Like, my company does stuff with online shopping. So, our busiest, most dumpster fiery times of the year are the holiday shopping season. So, that's come and gone. That was November. That was, like, early December for Christmas presents. So January is always a time of malaise. My favorite new term from Aku. Season 5 Samurai Jack. I just love how he says, something to get me out of this malaise. Time everybody's just like coming back from winter vacation.
Watch me.
Nobody really wants to do much of anything. Seniors and juniors alike. So we gotta get back into it. We gotta get motivated again. Get motivated!
Here we go.
Not Relax having internet trouble. I was wondering what was going on. I hope you were okay. Can't watch a fluid stream. Hey, no problem. We've all been there, for sure. I've had times where my internet cut out right when I was about to raid. But I did it from my phone, so it ended up being okay. I hope you get some good rest. Hope you have a good night. Thanks for that raid again, Not Real Eric. See you again. You can beat his IT for a credit card. Whoa, that's gotta suck. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, but I know the pain. Anything related to people and their money, they get extra testy. They do, and with good reason. Nobody wants to feel like their money isn't in safe hands. And when it comes to these credit companies, because just any company that does things with money, even like banks, they're always reluctant to change out their technology for newer, higher tech stacks, is what they're called. Because, you know, you're scared of messing up people's money. Good reason. That leads to things becoming outdated, and it's just a cycle of pain. A cycle of all the pain. Carl won't be here for long. Stay hydrated, take breaks. Will do. I'll have a toast to that. Thank you.
Watch me.
I'm not that bad.
Are you done with all the fun and games yet?
Yeah, I bet you. I would hope you don't actually talk to the customers. But I'd imagine if anything goes wrong, you're probably the one like, oh, they're gonna blame the system, therefore bringing up the tech. Streamlabs read disconnect as you attempted a raid. I got the raid, don't worry about it. Your issue is people don't want to release updates during shopping season. No! No! We have a thing called code freeze. We specifically don't touch the code. Or like, we can still like work, we can still update code, but we can't actually release it out to our servers when it's like 2 weeks before the shopping season. Specifically so we don't accidentally break anything. Because even if the system is down for 5 minutes, that's potentially the 5 minutes that, say, PS5s are available at Best Buy or something like that. And those are crucial times. That's where you make a lot of money. So just minimize every second of downtime is a priority during those times. Request denies. Keep the changes in dev. Here. Thanks for the encouraging messages, Caro. Sometimes we all need to hear that every now and then, that's for sure. I don't know how the floor system works in this dungeon. I was supposed to just go inside and head back out. But now I realize. With real eyes. When I get to the stairs, it'll probably be like, do you want to leave or do you want to continue on? Rex, I was happy you got to do tech work. Isn't help desk. You just get to poke at machines. Heck yeah. I love poking on machines. I just tried to set a waypoint on the map. Like it would just give me
Should I open it?
The path to follow.
Sweet.
You know that about outdated tech for sure. You forgot about the Samurai Jack game. I heard it's canon. I don't know how, but I'll find out when I play it, I guess. Origination, you're still up? How you doing? You working on anything? Doing anything neat while you're listening to the stream?
Right.
Thanks again for that raid earlier. How you doing? How's it going? This is the part of any RPG stream. And here's the little tip. If you ever play a big RPG, there will be streams where there's heavy story focus, and there will be streams where you do nothing but grind. You gotta be ready to talk about whatever. Where did I get that propane tank? I sell propane and propane accessories. Whoa! I can't do a good Hank Hill. Wafer, head of Team Mochi, that is Ob's and Brad's team. He can do a perfect Hank Hill. You'd swear that it's on the TV playing right now. Oops. That sounds like a bot, maybe. If anybody is out there is trying to post a link, I'm sorry. Please ask for permission first. It's basically our form of CAPTCHA. If you are a human, type exclamation point. Well, actually, there's no command for it. Type, may I please have a permit? And also tell a mod what you're posting. Oh, I've been doing this for 3 years. I know how to set up. Well, apparently I don't know how to remember that waypoints don't work in this map. I know how to set up automated bot protections and whatnot. Nukabe approves or denies change request. Decide what is production impacting to wake up at text at 3 a.m. You know, technically I'm on call for this week. But, like, it's weird that they expect me to be up and ready. Maybe they just know I'm up late. I'm a night owl. I'm a night chicken. They expect me to be up to monitor the Germany team's stuff at like up to 9 a.m. from midnight. Like, I am supposed to be asleep during that time. What do you expect me to do? Get a text that'll wake me up in the middle of the night and be like, snooze. This dungeon. You played it using the remote PS app. You know what I meant to look for? To see if the remote play app still works on the PS5. And I hope it works better than on the PS4. Because you connect it to your Vita and that's how I played through a lot of Final Fantasy 15 actually. Like, sure, there was a little bit of lag and sometimes the connection got all like... But with an RPG, it's good enough. It's good enough, I think. I would love to play this with remote play.
Here we go.
I think there might be an app. Like, Sony's still supporting remote play. They're just distancing it from the PS Vita. They have it available on Android now. It used to be like Sony phones only, but now it's just Android phones in general. Pretty good. Yeah, Rex, you go find it. You go find a job that works for you. Because, you know, they say the best time to look for a job is when you already have one. It's all up to you. What you're making's enough, then, you know, go ham. Buy Magic the Gathering booster boxes. Like I might have bought a box of the newest set. Who is this guy? He's got a mic. He's got the thing that Doc Brown was wearing in Back to the Future, trying to read minds. Doc, I'm from the future. I came here in your time machine. You know what this means? It means this damn thing doesn't work.
Let's go.
By the way, there's a Magic the Gathering card about that. It's like a parody of that scene from Back to the Future.
Let's see.
It's about this inventor that like invents time travel. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Eyes on me.
Time travel experiment.
Let's go.
Like, he invents a time travel, a time experiment thingy. And it's like, hold on, I found the card. It's called Inspiration.
You're in it now.
It's not like wholly about, it's just like the flavor text. But he's like wearing a thing. He's clearly based on Doc Brown. Target player draws 2 cards, whatever.
Day 31. I finally succeeded in my time travel experiment.
Bring it on.
Day 30. I might have a problem here.
Day 31 to day 30. His journal's going backwards. Oops. I forgot how to unreverse time.
You're in for it now.
Well, you're screwed now, Doc. Now you gotta find a lightning bolt to generate 1.21 gigawatts of electricity.
Bring it on.
1.21 gigawatts!
Find a job that makes you happy. Marketed as IT. The biggest lie I've seen from job descriptions is IT. I've got a friend in IT. He used to be doing the IT for this small tea shop. IT. Tea. But like, he wasn't really IT. He was also the web programmer, and he was also the maintenance guy for like the printers, but he also like had to do deliveries. Like when the tea shop needed to send out packages of tea, but he also like had to man the register sometimes, because that's technically tech somehow. Like they just had him doing everything for like almost no pay, like minimum wage basically. Like what the heck, dude? He got out of there. He got like a way better job.
My turn.
I'm like, what do companies think is IT?
I'm not backing down.
Not that.
Be still, would you?
Da, 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 da. Ba, da, da, da. There's a separate setting for PS5. Oh, for the remote play. I can't wait to try it. I'm just gonna keep auto battle on. Straight up right too. Lightning bolt shouldn't be hard to find. Just takes 1 red mana. Turns out all you have to do is run Izet. Red and blue. There is electricity in that card art. Yeah, but Rex, that card isn't in standard.
I'm not backing down.
It's really funny that around the time I started playing Magic, they were trying to experiment with cards that had not been in Magic for a long time. There's this card called Lightning Bolt. It's like one of the oldest cards in Magic. I believe it actually was from the first set. And it doesn't seem too bad by itself. Here is like one of the first printings of it. Lightning Bolt. Does 3 damage to 1 target. Apparently this is too powerful. Too powerful. Because a lot of creatures are only like 2 to 3 health. So like on people's first turn, they can deal with creatures all the way up to like other people's 4th turn, because sometimes you'll play a creature on turn 4 that only has 3 defense. So it was just too powerful. It made people not want to play creatures because it just dies to a lightning bolt. Why would I even bother? It's not going to stick around past 1 turn. They were experimenting again, seeing if they've created us. That's how cards work in Magic. They rotate them out. It's called standard. Like only the last year or so of cards are legal. That's how they stopped themselves from becoming Yu-Gi-Oh! For 1 year, I believe it was 2010, around the time I was playing, they brought the card back. Same card in a modern frame. This is actually even more modern printing of it. What? And they created this little flavor text.
The Spark Mage shrieked, calling on the rage of the storms of his youth. To his surprise, the sky responded with a fierce energy he thought to never see again.
Directly referring to, I thought this card would never get printed. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. That's fun. That's fun. I like this card. You hate fake job descriptions. IT department's split into like 50 teams. Interesting. Lilliput. Speaking of Germany, Lila, I was just talking about how my work currently has me on call for like the German team's code and systems.
Should I?
Because we have a Germany office. I don't know why I'm on that call. I feel like what happened. There's a Chris on the Germany team. I think they thought I'm him. I should ask somebody about that, because now I realize that makes sense.
Got it.
Thanks for helping me realize that. No wonder. Well, nothing's gone wrong so far, so... How you doing, Lila? Sorry if you came in while I was talking about Magic cards. You know what distracts me for just so long. Sounds fair. You got a lot of Chris's. Pretty good, pretty good. Multiple times I got like hit up on the chat app. It's like, hey Chris, can you take a look at this? I'm like, well, I could, but I know nothing about that system. Are you thinking I'm this Chris? Use ladders to... Okay. And they're like, oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Ba, 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 ba. We're just doing a little grinding in Yakuza. We went through an entire chapter, so I think I'd rather, like,
should I
get ready for the last part of the game. I hope there's not a battle in here. Okay. Last time, sometimes there are enemies inside the saves. So you should always heal before opening those, and maybe even save. Lightning Bolt was in rotation last played during Scars of Mirrodin. Yeah, that's when I started playing Magic in college. I remember, I think they were handing out starter decks, like, on the main walkway of my college campus. And they're like, watch this game. I remember my friend I was walking to class with, because he had the same class as me, was like, oh, I know this game. I'll teach you how to play. We played, and I've been hooked since. Ever since. Like, people say they go on and off Magic the Gathering, but you never really go off. If you ever build a deck that's, like, for Commander or something that's always legal, then you can always just jump back into it, find a new play group and all that. Sometimes you just gotta talk about Magic cards. You know it. You started during OG Mirror. Yeah. Started collecting during Onslaught. Jeez. Pretty old. That's pretty old. That's good. That means you got some good stuff. I don't remember how, but I have like these foreign cards. Just randomly, like I have a Korean booster pack and a Chinese booster pack and a Japanese booster pack of random old sets. I think my friend found like a lot on eBay and bought them all and let me open them. So I just have all these random foreign cards. Some of them are actually good and I run them in my decks. I have like a Japanese Temple of Mystery from Theros. It's really cool. But yeah, they're legal if I ever wanted to play them in tournaments. I guess since people are still hanging around, we'll finish the night with a go-kart race. Nukabe has a Mirrodin deck. All mirrors on! I just built a mirror artifact deck not too long ago for Commander. Because that when I played Scars of Mirrodin, that's the deck I had back then. It had like Steel Overseers, Mirror Galvanizers. It had a Mirror Battlesphere, basically Katamari Damacy. A big old ball of creatures rolling at you. I've talked about it on stream before, but basically you tap all creatures of a certain creature type and it adds to the big ball of pain. It's so good. You get a Kraken deck. I love like the big sea creature stuff. I have a Merfolk deck too. Da, 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 da. Nameless Inversion's a judge? No way. Like L1, L2, L3? I didn't know anybody could just like take the test to be a Magic judge. I think if you like just apply, I might do it just for fun. I think you have to like pay a membership fee to keep being one officially though. But it's cool because they send you promotional cards that I kind of want. That's the reason I want to become a judge, so I get the promo cards. Vroom vroom, go-kart race. You burned out in the game after trying to play Magic Arena. Ugh. That's honestly why I haven't really played it yet. I don't know if I want to play against online people. Never played a tournament, never followed set rules like that. Yeah. It can get crazy when people buy some really old broken cards. Mirrors are like mechanical bees. Yeah, here's a card called Mirror Battlesphere I was talking about. It's one of my favorite cards in all of Magic. You just hear the Katamari music softly in the distance when you see it. Your L1 expired. Oh, when your LGS went bust. There used to be a big LGS in LA. It was called MTG Deals. That used to be the local game store that I went to for pre-releases. It was awesome. It was a warehouse, but also a card store. The company still exists, but I don't know what they do anymore. They're not a game store anymore, that's for sure. But that's where I used to go. And they would always go to like events and would be one of the biggest booths selling their stuff. You may have heard of it, but it's just gone now. So here's a Mirror Battlesphere. You can see the big ball of them. It creates tokens for you, 4 mirror tokens, and when it attacks, you can tap mirror to add power, X power, how many of you tapped. and it also automatically deals that much damage. So it just becomes this unstoppable ball of death. It's so good.
Feel like taking a
Battlesphere.
spin?
You only play Pokemon TCG anymore on the Virtual Console. Good game, good game. I was thinking about streaming that at some point since Pokemon cards are like the hot new thing. And I would do a thing where every time you open a booster pack in the game, I open a booster pack in real life. Because I need like an excuse to open them. You know, play NPCs and Duel Links. Same. It's too stressful to play against real people. Who knows what broken combos they've made, and you feel like a butt for having a deck that falls easily to some kind of combo, or they lock you down with some sort of combination of cards that stop you from playing your cards. I just want to go, haha, deco, brr. Galvanizer untap, it's so good. You played against real people, you only won a single match. They forfeit though, you don't know how. So I think the next race is like the Dragon Cup. Placed within top 3 of Phoenix Cup. Was I not top 3? Then the rival race against the Drift Musketeers. Drift Musketeers. I thought I did that.
That was... Feel like taking a spin?
I might have to do a Grand Prix.
See you later.
No, wait. Last time there was something about the next person to fight, or the next person to race was actually like a Yakuza, and we had to wait for him to do his business. I don't know, let's just do a race. Let's do the Grand Prix. Let's try to do better this time. We have a better card since last time. In-Ride Pokemon Boosters. Oh yeah, they do have a code for the digital game. I'll be stuck in the infinite loop. We're talking about the Game Boy Color game on the 3DS Virtual Console. Although, you know, that's a loop I'd be totally down to do. Just open the whole box at once. Grand Prix. I was 5th place at the end of the last one. 5,000 yen, ain't nothing. Is it bad you only ever heard of Yakuza from a Phoenix Wright game? Nah. It's just the Japanese mafia. Or if you mean Project Cross Zone, where Phoenix Wright was the lawyer for the character Majima from this game, from this series, but also this game, then that's also true. Apparently he was in hot shit with the judge because he tried to physically threaten him. But Phoenix was able to lawyer his way into a not guilty verdict. Da 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 da. It's a 4-chord song. What you gonna do? It wasn't luck. It was the heart of the cards. Oof. Are cards so good now that even if I smack into a wall, I can still recover? I like that. Kurito. It's one of those double drifts. If you play the Initial D racing games, you have to drift a lot. I mean, it's Initial D, so it makes sense. But sometimes you just have to have a constant drift through like a 5 consecutive hairpin turn. Which is, you know, how they do it in the actual manga and anime, so that makes sense. You really have to be good at manipulating your car to play that game. Ooh. Sorry, I'm racing, so I can't exactly read chat, but I promise I'll get to you guys in a second. Smacking into walls, the true purpose of these carts. They got bumpers on them, don't they? Punch it! The coins heal you, so it's okay to get caught by like the lightning. It only really affects you if you go down to 0 health in it. Da 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 da. I'm very impressed that developers managed to put in racing physics. Just all these different games within a game. You know, I bet they used the programming from the taxi minigame in the last game and just extended it to go-kart controls, they just tool around with the physics. At the very least, probably used it as a base. I don't know how that game played, so maybe it's not like it. I follow a lot of game developers on Twitter because they just put little screenshots of their, or they post little clips of their progress in making prototype games. There's one that made a racing game all about drifting. Oh shoot! No! We gotta be number one. Actually, I think I'm very first. I just lapped that guy. Ooh. Hop. Go. Yeah! First place! Pretty good. Pretty good. Onomichi Dorito! Don't tell me Kazuma Kiryu gets into a taxi race wearing the Onomichio suit. Initial G on a 360 controller. Ugh. I saw you playing it. I need to see if, like... I think that's just a hard game to emulate because I never optimized for it. There is a Initial D game on PS3, though, so if you have that, you can play it on real hardware without worrying too much. If you've never captured PS3 before, though, you will need something to strip out the copy protection. What's going on in the story? You just came in. Where's company? Oh my god, today was a day! I feel like the game... I can't do the game justice. Just a lot of revelations, and basically... the locker that Arakawa punched. Also, Arakawa's body was found in the river. He's gone. The only dad we ever knew. We also found out that the locker he punched, the baby he rescued, turns out there were 2 babies in the same lockers next to each other. And the baby that he rescued was not the one that Akane mothered. No. It was somebody else. If I just say it all deadpan, it just sounds like soap opera BS straight up, but it kinda is. Long story short, Kasuga is Arakawa's son. Masato is Sarashiro's son. Hey, stop it. Don't bring guns to a card fight. And this whole time, that's why. It feels like Sarashiro's always had it out for Ichiban. Because he's like the son he was supposed to have, but not really. And it almost felt like Sarashiro always had to be like second fiddle just to, you know, be near his own son. Neither of them ever even knowing the truth. It is so powerful. It super is, but also good. Like, when at the end of the last stream, I was like, oh, please don't reveal that Kasuga is Arakawa's son. Because if they had revealed it at that moment, it would have been terrible. But the way they ended up revealing it, with Arakawa never knowing the truth. Or maybe he did, we'll never know. Keeps you wondering, keeps it realistic. Keeps it being like a whole ass, like... It makes you think about the implications, everything they've done, everything they've said. You can never know what their true intentions are, but you can guess, you can create a headcanon. And that's the most dangerous thing in video games. Yeah, the final lap! Da 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 da. Ba 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 da da da. Ba da 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 da. Ba da 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 da. The drifting is so good with this card. After upgrading it, I like how it handles. I remember, this was the course where I was bumping into all the walls. for. Punch it! See, just like that. You know, the problem is I've got all these offensive weapons, but no one to use them on because everyone's behind me. The dichotomy of Mario Kart, at the very least, you can hold a shell behind you as a defensive option. Pretty good. That's good game design. Sorry for y'all are chatting, I cannot read it right now. Uh-oh. Ah! Just a little bit of shock. Just a little bit. As a treat. Talk about insult to injury. I'm about to lap the guy in last place, so I shoot him with a rocket. You wish you were there. I did too. You gotta see the VOD. Worst company. I was like, shut up, shut up, shut up, don't even. Common Writer says, yeah, PS3 has the last initial D game. Don't have to set it up. You just gotta roll the dice on a HDMI splitter that will actually strip out the HDCP. You can try to find reviews on Amazon. They'll say like, oh, this is the one to get. But I've gotten those exact ones, and they'll say like, oh, it doesn't work with this capture card, or oh, the newest revision. You kind of just have to try different ones, or buy a whole new capture card. I've got this like $25 capture card that doesn't do copy protection. I just bought it on AliExpress to just test out, and it works. So if I ever need to record PS3, I'll do that. That's actually how I streamed Scott Pilgrim vs. the World the other day. As you can see, though, there were issues with audio sync. Or, yeah, like Rexadecimal says, you can just capture the component output if your capture card does that. Makes sense why Sour Shield is on the cover. I actually made that my starting soon screen today. Uh-oh. No. Somebody mentioned that having Ichiban's hair just at the bottom there makes it look like Arakawa's chest is hella hairy. Just letting it poof out there. You know, dyeing it, keeping it pretty, combing it every now and again. Ooh, you know he'd rock it. You know he'd rock it. You're a friend of the same discussion. The first Yakuza you saw, main twist. Yeah, I expect the dumb stuff all the time, but nothing like I expect the dumb stuff to be separate from the serious stuff in the series. This is one of those cases where it intertwined and it was perfect. Zawasha says, don't usually check out recommended. Some of your closest friends aren't online. You're glad you found your way here. Yeah. No problem. Have a good lay down. Well, that's probably it for the night. I think we have one more race to go, maybe? So I hope to see you again soon. I definitely still play a lot of RPGs, so even when we're done with Yakuza Like a Dragon, we'll check out the rest of the series, maybe go back to Persona. We'll see. I've also haven't really announced it, but I'm thinking about taking a little bit more of an extended break. I've been needing it. I talked about how I'm kind of just stressing out, separating work from streaming, and just not having enough time for both. I think I might take like a month or two just to hunker down, you know? I'll still be around, I'll still be watching friends' streams, you know, people I usually raid, people who usually raid me. You'll know where to find me. I'll still have the... we'll still have the Discord, maybe movie nights, but I just don't have enough time these days. Maybe small streams. Like, if this is the year of retro, I'll be down to play more short one-off streams of a game I know how to play in one night, you know? As much as my channel is founded on RPGs, and I play a lot of them, I need to dedicate so many sessions to a single game. I've played this game for 100 hours now. Chill. I need it. I need to chill. It happens. It happens to the best of us. Well, you know, maybe I'll figure out you know, YouTube videos to make, maybe do some art streams, just things that don't require as much commitment at the moment. Oh, this is how I lost. This is how I got 5th place in this level last time. My cart's acceleration is actually so good that even if I bump to a wall, I get back to full speed almost instantly. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. Egg. 5 consecutive hairpin turns! Cart go brr. Cart go brr. Even.
Keep up, will ya?
You gotta expect the main plot to be impossibly dumb. Because it actually pulls it off. That's where the... Uh-oh. That's why I respect it so much. It works, it works, it works, it works. They waited the exact amount of time to tell me that Kasuga is Arakawa's son. But they plant the idea in your head, but they also make you think, no way! No way, if they did that it would suck. And then they do it and it's totally awesome. Dude in 2nd place is coming up right on my tail. No, no, no. Can't catch up to me. I'm too fast. You're too slow. 9:30 a.m. You're legally not required to know how to spell. That's fair. That's fair, Lil. I got the gist. I don't know how long you've been up, but please, please, promise you'll get some rest. Alright, 12:30 for me. That's enough streaming. That's enough streaming. I'm 1st place. 1st place! Beating bootleg Edna mode. We good. Oh, you woke up at 8. Also fair if you just woke up, yeah. Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. The comment, what's going on? PS3, ah, yeah. Thanks for helping out, Rex. Da, 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 da. Ba, 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 ba. I think that's enough coping for Kasuga. He's all coped out. We're saving. And we're quitting. Chapter frickin' 14. 94 hours and a half of play. It's rest time. It's rest time. It's time to go. Say it. 14 million yen. I'm saving. We have opportunities to spend money on stuff, but I'm saving it for the romance workshop. It costs 20 million for the next upgrade, so I don't want to like have to work for that many more millions. You know, it's probably just a matter of me grinding the post game of the business minigame. You get like 1 million yen every period. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens between now and next time. There's an entire weekend, and you know what happens on the weekend. Tomorrow, Mega Man 2. Sunday, Earthbound stream with Axeman. We're at the end of that game too. We might beat it next time, actually. So we'll see. We'll see where we get. Yeah, it's gonna disappear quickly. Well, if you gamble it is coming. Spend it all on Crane Games. Gonna look at that VOD? Please do, Worst Company. Let me know what you think. And let's see if there's any stream art. Not today, but you know where to post it. If you have art for the stream, I will show it. Just a little community showcase. Chicken attack! I'll showcase this. I'm out of here. Bye-bye, Dusty Coker. And we'll find somebody to raid. Thank you all for hanging out. This was a hell of a stream, and I loved every moment of pain. It hurt so good. Just call me Mr. Masochist. Please don't. And I'll see you next time. We'll be playing this game again on Monday. It might not be the last stream, but it will be close. Like, we might finish the story next time. but not the maybe like a couple more streams to finish out content. I'm not sure. We'll figure it out. But until then, we'll find somebody to raid. Have a good night and stay clucky, y'all.